Chapter 810. Buzz. When the second red rune was imprinted on the celestial talisman tree, a layer of vast light spread out like a ripple. Reiki energy that was mixed with traces of red light quickly spread out, like vines wandering around the entire body of the celestial talisman tree. In the blink of an eye, the entire celestial talisman tree was like an incomparably huge red birdcage. Heaven and earth changed color, clouds rolled. Dazzling light constantly blossomed and swayed. Like a deluge of heavenly flowers, like millions of stars, the entire heaven and earth was completely illuminated by the dazzling light. Shifeng Zi, who was under the celestial talisman tree, was tiny, but he was like a demonic ape with shocking godly strength. His head of black and white hair fluttered, and his clothes fluttered, showing off his extraordinary aura. Rumble! The ground unceasingly split open like a spider web, spreading in all directions. Every inch of stone bricks and mud shattered, flying wantonly. A piercingly cold and fierce air current struck Chu Hen's body. Looking at the scene before him, a faint cold light faintly flashed across Chu Hen's eyes. Currently, Shifeng Zi could be said to be defenseless. If he made a move now, then this celestial talisman tree would be his. However, it was only a short thought before Chu Hen's eyes regained their calm. Although Chu Hen knew that he was not a gentleman, he was also not a treacherous person. He would not do something like secretly injuring someone. Moreover, did Shifeng Zi really not have his guard up? Not necessarily. The other party could definitely be called an experienced person. With his thoughts, he would not leave his back to a person he had not known for long. Once he had evil thoughts, the first person to fall would most likely be himself. Chu Hen boy, stand firm. I'm going to harvest this spirit tree. The heroic and heavy voice was like thunder piercing the ears. Chu Hen's mind was startled, his pupils constricting slightly. In the next instant, the ground cracked and shook uneasily. Boom! A wave of monstrous Reiki energy shot into the sky like a fire pillar, its boundless aura shaking the world. In an instant, the 1,000-meter-tall immortal symbol tree was forcefully pulled out from the ground by Shifeng Zi. The terrifying chi waves swept out in all directions with earth-shattering momentum. A thick layer of soil was directly scraped off. Together with the strong wind, it surged into the sky like a swarm of startled moths. What a powerful strength! Chu Hen secretly sucked in a breath of cold air and immediately released his true inner force to form a defensive shield in front of him. The crystal-like, giant, immortal talisman spirit tree was uprooted. Countless tree roots were like awakened dragons, rushing out from the ground. Return! Shifeng Zi shouted loudly. The veins all over his body bulged, and his old face was filled with excitement. Buzz! The waves surged and surged, blood markings covering the world. The immortal talisman tree shone brightly, tens of thousands of runes flickering in unison. Next, Shifeng Zi's Naiwen Palace opened wide as a bright luster blossomed from between his brows. Together with an extremely strong suction force, the immortal talisman spirit tree that was enveloped by the red runes rapidly turned into a shadow, becoming illusory and faintly discernible. Swoosh! Soon after, Shifeng Zi leapt up, directly flying 100 meters into the sky as a glorious sunlight erupted from his body. His arms spread out, as if he was embracing the heavens. The illusory immortal talisman spirit tree turned into a wisp of green light and directly surged towards the space between Shifeng Zi's brows. Shifeng Zi's Naiwen Palace was currently as vast as the sea, absorbing all the water from the 9 heavens. Buzz! In an instant, the enormous immortal talisman spirit tree was shockingly absorbed into Shifeng Zi's body. Magnificent beyond compare. The shocking scene caused Chu Hen to involuntarily sigh in his heart, while at the same time feeling much envy. After successfully seizing the immortal talisman spirit tree, Reiki energy churned outside Shifeng Zi's body. His entire body glowed as an extremely powerful force continuously leaked out. This was caused by the instability of the immortal talisman spirit tree's power. Even so, the other party's face was filled with intense joy. Rumble. However, before Shifengzi and Chu Hen could prepare what would happen next, the ground suddenly caved in. A black hole had appeared where the immortal talisman spirit tree had previously been. The size of the sinkhole continued to expand as the ground crumbled inch by inch. The hole was like a giant mouth that led to hell, a bottomless abyss. Bang! Before Chu Hen could react, a dark pillar of light surged out from the abyss. Heaven and earth trembled, and deep cracks appeared on the surrounding mountain peaks and cliffs. Shifengzi, who was in the sky, hurriedly retreated. As for the ground beneath Chu Hen's feet, it collapsed like tofu, revealing a bottomless abyss below. Chu Hen directly collapsed the ground and floated above the abyss. Go! Shifengzi loudly shouted. This was the only thought in Chu Hen's mind. In a hurry, he hurriedly retreated. However, before Chu Hen could retreat in time, a boundless tide-like gray light once again surged out from the abyss below, directly enveloping Chu Hen within. In the next instant, an irresistible gravitational force filled every inch of Chu Hen's skin. Under the pressure of an extremely heavy burden, the terrifying gravity was like an invisible giant hand, forcibly dragging Chu Hen down, straight into the bottomless abyss. Chu Hen, you brat. Shifengzi's expression changed. He frowned and watched helplessly as Chu Hen was dragged into the bottom of the abyss. A wisp of helplessness and a faint sense of shame surged in his heart. Shifengzi helplessly sighed. I'm sorry, I can't do anything. Although he had just met Chu Hen, as someone from the 100 Nations Prefecture, he more or less felt a little guilty. However, things had already come to this, and everything was useless. Immediately, Shifengzi sighed again and shook his head. Then his figure moved, turning into a ray of flowing light and disappearing into the boundless clouds and mist. What a shocking movement! At this moment, in the storm of power from the Earth-Heaven Four Kills formation, a gorgeous lotus surrounded by 7-colored light was steadily and quickly shuttling through the world of ice and fire. This lotus was more than 10 meters wide, and the colorful light it emitted formed a 7-colored, bubble-like shield, isolating the impact of the Earth-Heaven Four Kills formation. There were 3 people standing on the lotus seat, 2 men and a woman. The trio's faces were filled with bewilderment. Look! One of the green-clothed men shouted as he pointed at the mountain range in front of him. The scene that was reflected in front of them was exceptionally shocking. The vast platform square that originally existed at the center of the mountain range was no longer there. Only a huge crater that continuously surged with gray waves of air was left. Chaotic and violent energy fluctuations were continuously released from within the crater, and the vortex between heaven and earth caused waves of unrest in the surrounding space. Swish! Then the lotus sped up and swept across the sky, arriving at the top of one of the mountain ranges. Looking down from above, the deep and dark abyss was like a huge mouth, waiting for its prey to come knocking on its door. The ice-cold aura had a bone-piercing chill. It was daunting. This. Looking at the scene in front of them, the faces of the 3 were somewhat dim. Looks like the immortal seal tree has been taken by someone else, the young woman said. Although her tone was indifferent, one could hear the disappointment in it. The 2 middle-aged men looked at each other, their eyes suffused with a cold light. The green-clothed man said coldly, I didn't expect that someone would be a step faster than us. Who exactly is this person? The young woman shook her head. The person who is able to solve the illusion of the immortal prime platform at the first possible moment, pass through the Earth-Heaven Four-Kill formation, and sees the immortal seal tree has probably already reached the level of a heavenly inscription master. Heavenly inscription master? Both of their expressions were slightly astonished. What do we do next? the other man asked. The green-clothed man's gaze slanted as he pointed at the bottomless abyss below and said, I think that person shouldn't be much earlier than us. Maybe he's hiding somewhere. Oh, Miss Lon'll go down and check if that person is hiding inside. No, Uncle Ko. The young woman stopped him without hesitation and said, This is the core of the Earth-Heaven 4-kill formation, and it's also the place where the energy is the most concentrated. Once one falls into the core of the formation, even a heavenly inscription master can forget about escaping. That person is absolutely not ignorant enough to hide below. The green-clothed man's face was slightly pale, and his gaze couldn't help but be filled with fear when he looked at the black abyss again. After pondering for a short while, the young woman's gaze turned slightly cold as she said, Let's go out now. The two of them were slightly stunned. Don't tell me we're going to give up. Just like this? The person who took the immortal seal tree is surely one of those people outside. As long as we see who's missing from those sects, we'll be able to know who's already solved the illusion from before. And that person is the greatest suspect. Exactly, Miss Lon is indeed extraordinarily intelligent. We have to hurry back. Don't let that person escape first. Immediately, the three of them once again rode on the lotus seat that was like an auspicious cloud and headed back the way they came. Chapter 8:11. Buzz. It was like a dream, real and fake. At this moment, Chu Hen felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire abyss that was difficult to get out of. In the process of falling, all kinds of violent forces were like majestic waves, surging violently like a shocking tsunami. Chu Hen was like a butterfly that was drawn into a hurricane. His whole body was torn apart and attacked by those terrifying forces. Bang! Boom! All kinds of forces tore and collided, causing Chu Hen's whole body to feel as if it had been slashed by a sword. The astral wind waves were like blades. Chu Hen couldn't even open his eyes. He only felt that he was in the center of the whirlpool, constantly enduring the destructive attacks from all directions. The only thing he could do was to release all the true origin energy in his body and do his best to protect all the vital parts of his body. In the storm, the small boat was like a leaf. Bang! After an unknown amount of time, along with the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, Chu Hen felt that his body had finally stopped. However, the remaining trace of consciousness was especially fuzzy. His brain was spinning. The pain all over his body had long since become numb, and his body no longer felt like it was his own. At this moment, Chu Hen only had the thought of falling asleep. How many injuries did he suffer? Chu Hen didn't know. Even opening his eyelids was an extremely difficult thing to do. It was too tiring. This kind of extreme weakness was like being on the verge of death. The seriously damaged true origin energy in his body was like a dried-up riverbed, full of desolation, cracks, showing the aura of decay and death. Chu Hen just lay there quietly, his left hand pressed under his body, his fingertips touching the soil. It was slightly cold and somewhat loose. The pain stimulated his nerves, and Chu Hen subconsciously pierced his fingers into the soil. The ice-cold soil actually had a negligible effect on the pain, and immediately after, Chu Hen pierced his entire palm into the soil. At this moment, Chu Hen's fingertips actually touched a piece of solid material. It looked like a rock, but it wasn't. Chu Hen didn't have the time to investigate, and he didn't even have the strength to open his eyes again. The last trace of consciousness was extinguished like a candle in the wind, and he fell into a deep sleep. However, a second before Chu Hen fainted, he vaguely sensed a stream of energy surging out from the ground like a clear spring and flowing into his body through his fingertips. Silence ruled over everything. The darkness was like a nightmare. Boom! As if he had woken up from a dream, Chu Hen suddenly opened his eyes. What entered his eyes was an endless darkness. What was going on? Where am I? After a pause of about 3 seconds, the memories from before he fainted came flooding back like a tidal wave. Chu Hen subconsciously sat up. He couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air due to the pain. The injuries on his body were still there, and the pain was still there. However, Chu Hen's eyes lit up. The true origin energy in his body was very abundant, and his mind was clear and energetic. Strange. Chu Hen knew how half-dead he was before he fainted, and it was impossible for him to recover so well just by sleeping. Could it be? Chu Hen's mind lit up, and he put his hands into the soil and began to search. Very quickly, Chu Hen's fingertips came into contact with a piece of hard material. While he was secretly confused, Chu Hen continuously pulled out the soil on both sides, trying to dig out that thing. But the further he dug, the bigger the thing became. It was like an old vine buried deep in the ground, and the more he dug, the deeper he dug. Not long after, Chu Hen had dug more than 10 meters, but it was still like he had only found the tip of the iceberg of this mysterious object. This, Chu Hen's mind trembled. Could it be? Boom! In an instant, a cloud of holy light dispersed the darkness between heaven and earth like a miracle. Chu Hen's pupils rapidly shrank from their dilated state, and a dreamlike scene began to appear in front of him. Tens of thousands of rays of light were like a meteor shower in the sky, dazzling and dazzling. A few hundred meters in front of Chu Hen, an incomparably majestic and huge crystal tree appeared in front of him like a god. This is indescribable shock and excitement surged in Chu Hen's heart. His pupils trembled continuously, and his vision was greatly impacted. The crystal tree was covered with resplendent and complicated runes. The luxuriant treetop was like a cloud, and the branches and leaves were colorful. Every leaf was like the stars in the sky, beautiful and dazzling, feeling the rich immortal qi emitted from the huge tree. Chu Hen was completely shocked. Immortal spirit tree. It's actually the second immortal spirit tree. The towering tree in front of him looked almost the same as the immortal spirit tree that Shifeng Zi had taken. But the difference was that the height of this immortal spirit tree was more than twice the height of the previous one. Chu Hen was below it, and it was difficult for him to see its full appearance. He felt as if he was placed under the 5 great mountains. With the immortal spirit tree as the center, the ground flickered with dragon-like light vines. The light vines spread wantonly and passed under Chu Hen's feet like a huge net. Chu Hen shook his head in amazement and looked at the light vine below him. Very clearly he had touched a section of the root of this immortal spirit tree. It was really a blessing in disguise. He had carelessly been swept into the eye of the 4 kills of Earth-Heaven formation, but he had never thought that there would be another immortal spirit tree hidden here. Moreover, in comparison, the immortal spirit tree that Shifeng Zi had taken could not be compared to the one in front of him. The flourishing and resplendent light illuminated Chu Hen's eyes, causing him to be in high spirits. But amidst his pleasant surprise, Chu Hen quickly calmed down. After all, this was definitely not a good place. Immediately, Chu Hen started to inspect the surrounding situation. Around half an hour later, Chu Hen was sure that he had fallen into the eye of the 4 kills of Earth-Heaven formation. The area they were in now was like an isolated island isolated by violent energy. The surroundings of this island were filled with lava flames, cold streams of ice, death rays, and many other extremely destructive and chaotic energies in the air. Chu Hen raised his head to look at the space above him. There, ice and fire mixed together, and beams of light that were like sharp arrows crisscrossed each other. Among them, there was even a mysterious devouring hole that was like the eye of space. Seeing this, it wasn't difficult for Chu Hen to understand why he was so heavily injured. It could even be said that he was extremely lucky to have this kind of injury. If it wasn't for the protection of the 2 great bloodlines, even being torn to pieces was reasonable. If he charged in forcefully, he would surely be courting death. Chu Hen's eyes slightly focused, and he lightly shook his head. His gaze once again returned to the center of the formation that was like an island. The immortal spirit tree stood towering there like a god, displaying the myriad of flourishing stars. Chapter 8:12. The immortal talisman tree flourished. It was as resplendent as a beautiful galaxy. Millions of rays of light danced in the sky, under the immortal talisman tree. It was as if Chu Hen was facing a divine star that shone brightly, seeming extremely small, falling into the abyss, into the heart of the array. Many terrifying, chaotic energies were like a storm, isolating this area into a lone island. If Chu Hen wanted to escape from here, his only hope was on the immortal talisman tree in front of him. Traces of light energy pulsated in this space. Chu Hen sat under the huge tree. His pair of eyes surged with dense graveness, as well as a few traces of excitement and heat. Very evidently, to be able to unexpectedly find a mortal talisman tree here, it was definitely a great surprise. He did not know what Shifeng Zi would think if he knew of this. Suddenly, Chu Hen clasped his palms together, his 10 fingers intersecting, forming a seal. Activate! Buzz! With a light shout from Chu Hen, the space instantly trembled. A beautiful light immediately appeared on the ground. Intersecting runes and numbers were arranged in an orderly manner around the immortal talisman tree. The bright runes were connected from head to tail, like an arc of lightning, instantly forming a rune array with a diameter of over 100 feet. This was the Great Spirit Gathering Array that Chu Hen had used nearly 3 million high-grade primal crystal stones to set up. Chu Hen was very clear of the difference between him and Shifeng Zi. To directly collect the immortal talisman tree was absolutely difficult to accomplish. Once the Great Spirit Gathering Array was activated, it would continuously provide Chu Hen with a huge amount of energy as support. In this way, the difficulty would also be greatly reduced. Incomparably resplendent rays of light shot into the sky. The vast and majestic golden spirit energy was like a spirit spring water that came from all directions, surging towards Chu Hen's body. In an instant, Chu Hen seemed to be bathed in auspicious clouds and holy light, and his whole body was surrounded by abundant golden light. Then Chu Hen stood up, his eyes filled with unswerving determination. With every step he took, a thin layer of light ripples spread out from his feet. When Chu Hen was less than half a meter away from the immortal symbol tree, he gently raised his left hand. Reiki energy revolved around it, and a wisp of sharp qi appeared out of nowhere. It streaked across his palm at lightning speed, and along with a wound, fresh blood flowed out. Under Chu Hen's control, the blood began to fuse with the Reiki energy. Soon, it condensed into a strange rune that was similar to the word grid. The gorgeous runes turned from gold to red, swaying in the air like an enchanting candle, giving off a strange aura. Then, Chu Hen held the rune in his palm and slowly but steadily imprinted it on the tree trunk. A layer of water ripples swept out along the surface of the tree trunk. Immediately after, Chu Hen activated the Reiki energy and quickly dispersed it. Streaks of red stripes were released from Chu Hen's palm, coming out from his fingertips. Then, like vines that grew wantonly, they stuck to the bark of the immortal symbol tree and extended in all directions. Wherever the red light pattern went, the tree trunk would blossom with all sorts of strange and complicated runes and numbers. The mysterious and ancient patterns were like the ever-changing secret incantations, and were extremely dazzling. Hiss! Then Chu Hen's right palm was once again cut open by a wisp of qi. Fresh blood flowed out, and the second red grid rune faintly appeared. Just like before, the second rune was once again imprinted on the immortal symbol tree. Hua! A powerful wave of air spread out, and streaks of light patterns rapidly entangled the branches of the immortal symbol tree, like a rope trapping it. The beginning was much smoother than expected. This caused Chu Hen's confidence to increase. But very quickly the blow came. The red light pattern only extended for a distance of about 100 meters before it slowed down. An invisible resistance prevented Chu Hen's power from continuing to advance. However, Chu Hen was already prepared. Hum. The Great Spirit Gathering Formation began to quickly operate. With Chu Hen as the center, The light on the ground was dazzling, and the glyph array flickered. The high-grade crystal stones that were distributed everywhere flickered like stars. A vast and majestic power that was comparable to a flood immediately poured into Chu Hen's body. Waves of air stacked, and wind and thunder rumbled. The barrier that obstructed Chu Hen was instantly smashed, and the unstoppable Reiki energy crushed down. The red light pattern crazily grew and extended, wrapping around the branches of the immortal symbol tree. Under the support of the spirit gathering formation, Chu Hen's aura greatly increased. The immortal talisman spirit tree also exploded with a brilliant holy light. In the sky above the immortal symbol tree, dense fog surged, and the entire island was filled with boundless spiritual energy. Thousands of rays of light were like illusions. As the power of the runes spread and locked down, Chu Hen's power was quickly being consumed. When the red light pattern reached the 1,000-meter area, Chu Hen's rhythm slowed down once again. However, this was only half of the entire immortal symbol tree. The further it went, the more difficult it was to control. The pressure that Chu Hen was enduring was also constantly increasing and magnifying. In the end, he still underestimated this immortal symbol tree. Shifeng Zi's cultivation far surpassed his, and the two of them could not be compared on the same level. Thinking about it, if he did not take down this immortal symbol tree, he would not be able to leave this place. Moreover, there were still many things waiting for him to do in the ancient, desolate heaven domain. Immediately gritting his teeth, Chu Hen once again released all the power in his body and released an even more powerful Reiki energy. Qi, Hua. The red light pattern was like a vine as it wrapped around the immortal symbol tree. During this process, Chu Hen's blood continuously entered the immortal symbol tree, trying to become one with it. However, the further it went, the slower the red vine extended. When it reached a distance of 1,200 meters, it was as slow as a tortoise. The formless pressure was as heavy as Mount Tai and as heavy as a river. Even though the spirit gathering array was still continuously providing dense spiritual energy, it was like trying to put out a cart of firewood with a cup of water. It was completely insufficient for Chu Hen. Failure seemed to be an inevitable outcome. But just at that moment, a resolute light flashed through the corner of Chu Hen's eyes. I can only do this. Chu Hen's heart moved, and a strand of white light shot out from his sleeve. Within the white light, a simple and unadorned small box opened. Within the box, a 5-colored elixir appeared. Outside the elixir, there was a dense green glow. The green glow floated, forming a strange shadow of a tree. Saint Fusion Elixir, the second treasure he had obtained outside. Shifeng Zi had proposed to Chu Hen to exchange 2 sacred weapons and 100 billion high-grade primordial crystal stones for the elixir. Even though Chu Hen did not think of using it so quickly, in reality, he could no longer find another way. Swish! The sacred fusion elixir drew a faint arc in the air and steadily fell into Chu Hen's mouth. The cool feeling was like a stream of clear spring water flowing into his stomach. After about 5 seconds, there was a muffled rumble, and a monstrous power that was comparable to the eruption of a torrent surged out of Chu Hen's body. Thousands of light beams bloomed from Chu Hen's body. The incomparably powerful Reiki energy immediately filled Chu Hen's Niwen Palace and his entire body. His meridians, blood, flesh, and marrow felt like they were about to explode. Damn it! He had underestimated the power of the sacred fusion elixir. Chu Hen cried out in alarm. The extremely powerful energy caused his blood vessels to bulge and his skin to crack. He could not suppress it at all. In less than 10 seconds, Chu Hen had already become a bloody person. Dense Reiki energy continuously leaked out and splashed everywhere. Even so, Chu Hen's hands did not leave the immortal talisman spirit tree. The power of a small sacred fusion elixir was comparable to a torrent of the sea. With the support of this power, the speed of the red light increased again. Like a horned python, it continued to extend towards the area above the spirit tree. The consumption of the immortal talisman spirit tree caused the pressure the sacred fusion elixir had on Chu Hen to gradually decrease. Whether or not he could take down this immortal talisman spirit tree before the sacred fusion elixir's power was exhausted was still a great challenge for Chu Hen. The outcome was still unknown. Time ticked by. After an unknown amount of time, the entire island flickered with a faint red light. Outside the immortal talisman spirit tree, there seemed to be an incomparably huge red birdcage enveloping it. Such a majestic scene was even more spectacular than when Shifeng Zi had seized the first immortal talisman spirit tree. The sky changed color and the wind and cloud surged. Chu Hen stood under the spirit tree, looking like a boulder statue. The blood on his body had long since dried up. A faint Reiki energy surrounded his arms. It was as faint as a veil, faintly discernible. The spirit-gathering formation that was set up below had long since stopped operating. The ground was filled with the remains of the primal crystal stones that had been used up. Only the last step was left. Difficult, tenacious. It had already been close to 4 hours. The red light had stopped moving and had entered a state of stillness. Fight! Chu Hen shouted in his heart. Following that, the veins on his arms bulged. The last of the Reiki energy in his Niwen palace was released without reservation. Purple light and black light surged out of Chu Hen's body at the same time. They were like flames that rushed into the sky. The immortal talisman spirit tree released a sacred light. Its branches and leaves swayed, dazzling and dazzling. Following that, Chu Hen clenched his palms and firmly held onto the immortal talisman spirit tree. The force of 1,000 caddies was like thunder. Chu Hen will be your master. The momentum was shocking, shaking the heavens and earth. Rumble. In a split second, the earth quaked and the mountains shook. Chu Hen was like a fiend god holding up a mountain. The power that erupted in an instant was like a landslide or a tsunami. One after another, cracks spread out under his feet. Buzz! The red light intertwined, forming a huge birdcage. With the force of a thunderbolt, it forcefully uprooted the immortal talisman spirit tree that supported the sky. The earth collapsed and the soil was overturned. One after another, sturdy roots, like an awakened horned dragon, sprang out from the soil one after another. Spiderweb-like cracks appeared under Chu Hen's feet. And in Chu Hen's eyes, there was only the immortal talisman spirit tree. Chapter 813. Rumble! The instant the immortal talisman tree was uprooted by Chu Hen, the mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. The chaotic and berserk energy directly caused the island below to split into countless crisscrossing deep cracks. Next, it was like a chain reaction. The world spun, the earth shook, and the universe seemed to be turned upside down. The operation of the entire Earth-Heaven 4-kill formation was immediately thrown into chaos. Flames, lava, cold storms, deathly rays, and mysterious devouring holes all collapsed and wantonly mixed together. The intense collision was like the destruction of stars. However, Chu Hen seemed to not notice the things around him. His attention was only on the immortal talisman tree. Rumble. Dense, multicolored light that was as vast as the sea gathered in the sky. Chu Hen leaped up. His clothes fluttered in the wind. His eyes were like stars as he stood proudly in the sky. Both of his eyes revealed the power of the vast ocean. He extended a hand towards the immortal talisman tree in front of him and shouted in a deep voice. Retract. Buzz. Holy light erupted, igniting the entire place. The enormous crystal tree emitted a dazzling luster that flickered between bright and dark. Its solid tree body quickly became illusory and transparent like an image. Following that, Chu Hen's Niwen palace opened wide, and a bright light was released from between his brows. Buzz, buzz. The red birdcage that trapped the immortal talisman tree rapidly shrank, forming two enormous fence-shaped rune patterns. Immediately after, the immortal talisman tree immediately turned into a ray of light, directly flying towards the space between Chu Hen's brows, and instantly submerged within. Boom! Once the immortal talisman tree entered his body, Chu Hen felt as if he was struck by lightning, his body violently trembling. An unprecedented, vast, and majestic aura erupted from Chu Hen's body. Dense golden light constantly swallowed and spat out from Chu Hen's body, as if bathed in holy light and imbued with divine light. At this moment, the unforeseen event at the heart of the Earth-Heaven 4-kill formation directly brought about an unimaginable change to the entire Immortal Prying Platform area. Immortal Prying Platform. Rumble! Thunder rumbled, mountains crumbled, and earth cracked. Imposing platforms collapsed with a loud bang. What's going on? Why are we here? Huh? Didn't you die earlier? Why are you still alive? No, I'm not dead either, right? On the Immortal Prying Platform, numerous figures seemed as if they'd awoken from a dream, and they suddenly woke up from the illusion. Heaven Imperial Court, Heavenly Bamboo Peak, Country of Conquering Cloud, Mount Kunliu, the Liao clan, and everyone else looked at each other in confusion. Looking at the surroundings, some of them were confused, but it didn't take long for them to come to a realization. We've been outside the whole time. We were under an illusion. This is too strange. So, it's an illusion. Haha, it seems I'm still alive. The people of the major forces who woke up one after another had different feelings. Some were surprised, and some are happy. For those who had died fighting against the terracotta soldiers, rattan armored soldiers, and stone giants, the moment the illusion was broken, it was as if they had walked out of the nightmare of death and obtained a new life. His excitement was self-evident. However, before the crowd had much time to recover from their shock, a shocking change akin to the end of the world followed closely behind. Rumble! The heavens fell and the earth cracked. Thunderclouds raged. The 4 energy crystal pillars on the Immortal Prying Platform emitted a dazzling radiance that could seize the heavens and the earth. Immediately after, the 4 huge energy light pillars were covered in cracks. Then, like the collapsing pillars of the sky, they broke inch by inch and fell to the ground. F***CK, are we still in the illusion? Have we not gotten over it yet? I don't know. Why don't you try dying again? Try your grandpa, why don't you try? Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and retreat. In an instant, the entire Immortal Prying Platform fell into chaos. Heaven Imperial Court's Xiaomang, Heavenly Bamboo Peak's Linyuman, Liao Clan's Liwu, and Mount Kunliu's Lunglingyan, Shanzhen, and the others led the crowd to retreat. Rumble! Clang! Thunder surged from the 9 heavens, and the nebulous storm was like a divine punishment. The space trembled uneasily, and the heaven and earth seemed to be about to leave the body. The continuous violent tremors set off all kinds of terrifying shock waves that could topple mountains and overturn seas. With the Immortal Prying Platform as the center, flames soared into the sky, ice and snow flew together, and there were even extremely penetrating death rays that swept out. Mountain after mountain was crushed, and the layers of the platform collapsed. The incomparably powerful astral wind, waves, constantly injured the crowd. The torrent of wind was like a ferocious beast opening its bloody mouth. In an instant, miserable screams rang out, and the crowd only cared about running for their lives. The soaring energy filled the heaven and earth, and the wind swept away the clouds. In just a few blinks of an eye, the area within a 10,000-meter radius of the Immortal Prying Platform was directly turned into ruins. Moreover, the turbulence was still ongoing. The killing heavens, earth, 4 deaths formation actually collapsed. How strange! On the peak of a mountain far away, 3 figures looked at the unforeseen event in front of them, and their eyes were filled with surprise. Perhaps it has something to do with the loss of the immortal talisman spirit tree. The young woman standing in front said thoughtfully that immortal talisman spirit tree is very likely to be used to suppress the killing heavens, earth for death's formation. Once the immortal talisman spirit tree is lost, the balance of the formation's power will be broken, and all the runes on the immortal prying platform will collapse. The two middle-aged men behind her nodded. Miss Lon, what should we do next? Did you guys find out who had already broken the illusion before this? The two middle-aged men looked at each other, and one of them said, in reply to Miss Lon, we have indeed found someone who is not in his group. Oh! Rocks collapsed, and the mountains were destroyed. In the blink of an eye, the immortal prying platform was reduced to a land filled with dust and smoke. Many people who were fleeing in all directions were hit by the chaotic energy of the runes, and their flesh and blood splattered in all directions. Not even their bones were left. The unforeseen event had come so unexpectedly. The illusion from before had caused the people who came here this time to return empty-handed. That was close. This place is really King strange. In the Mount Kunliu team, Su Lang patted his chest with a slightly pale face, and his heart palpitated. I didn't do anything here, but I had a dream. Danjen also smiled helplessly. Wait a minute. Where's Chu Hen? At this moment, Chi Ting could not help but exclaim loudly. Everyone's heart could not help but tremble. Indeed, everyone in the Mount Kunliu team was here, except for Chu Hen. Are we still in the illusion? A Mount Kunliu disciple asked doubtfully. Previously, in the illusion, Chu Hen had fought against Xiao Meng, Li Wu, and Ying Sha alone. In the end, he was devoured and killed by Ying Sha's killer move Hell Yellow Spring Marsh. In the illusion, Chu Hen had already met with a disaster. That's not possible. Dan Zhen's eyes narrowed, and she said in a low voice, those who died in the illusion have all been resurrected. This is definitely the real world. The reason why an illusion was because it was an illusion created by one's willpower. Once one's willpower was firm, it would be very difficult for an illusion to have too much of an effect on one's willpower. Therefore, this was the real world, and there was no need to doubt it. However, where did Chu Hen go? Why was he missing? What should they do next? Everyone looked at Long Lingyan with questioning gazes. However, Long Lingyan gave a very surprising answer. Chapter 814. Rumble, the realm of the immortal prying platform, was dark. The world was spinning, and the sky was shaking. In just a blink of an eye, the entire immortal prying platform was reduced to ruins by the violent energy that was comparable to a landslide or tsunami. Dust filled the air, and the wind blew away the clouds. People from all directions fled for their lives. Those who were severely injured screamed in pain. Let's leave this place first. Just when everyone in Mount Kunlu was puzzled by Chu Hen's disappearance, Lang Lingyan said something that surprised everyone with a resolute tone. What about Chu Hen? Are we going to ignore him? A Mount Kunlu's disciple asked. Lang Lingyan narrowed her eyes and said in a deep voice, I think he'll find us, but stop talking. Let's leave immediately. Lang Lingyan's tone was unquestionable. Everyone's expression changed slightly when they sensed her majestic aura. They no longer hesitated and quickly left with Lang Lingyan. However, just as she rose into the air, a cold and eerie shadow blade suddenly descended from the sky. It was like a bolt of lightning that cut off Lang Lingyan's path. Lang Lingyan's expression changed slightly. She immediately stopped and dodged. Rumble. The peerlessly powerful shadow blade slashed diagonally at a ruined mountain range below, instantly splitting it into two from the middle. Everyone, where are you going? Following that, a cold voice sounded. Subsequently, the sky in front of Lang Lingyan distorted. Along with the floating gray afterimage, a cold and eerie figure appeared. His cold eyes were like a tiger looking at a flock of sheep. The eerie smile on his face was full of mockery. The people from Mount Kuan Lu frowned. Shanjin took a step forward and said sternly, "Humph. Sha, I'm afraid you can't afford to offend our Mount Kuan Lu with your ability. If you don't want to be hunted down by our sect in the future, you'd better scram." As the trump card assassin of the Eastern Victory State, his name was indeed terrifying. However, in terms of background, Sha could not withstand Mount Kuan Lu's wrath at all. However, a disdainful laugh followed. "Ha ha ha ha, is Mount Kunliu that amazing?" In the next instant, Xiao Mang led the Heaven Unified Dynasties group from the south. Xiao Mang held the holy, cleaving axe in his hand. His clothes fluttered in the wind, giving him an extraordinary appearance. Bang! At the same time, a mountain peak in the north collapsed and exploded. 3 sturdy giants rushed over amidst the flying rocks. The surging evil aura was like a giant devil from hell blocking the way. "With my Liao clan here, don't even think about leaving Mount Kuan Lu alive today." In front of him was the Shadow Killer, on the left was the Heaven Unified Dynasty, and on the right was the Fong clan giant. In an instant, the people of Mount Kunliu once again fell into a 3-way siege. Lung Lingyan's brows furrowed in a solemn manner. This was exactly what he was worried about. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape, but he didn't expect the enemy to be so fast. "Where's that bastard? Where did he hide it?" The Liao clan strength shaman shouted fiercely. Sha, Xiao Mang, and the others were surprised to find that Chu Hen was the only one missing from Mount Kunliu's group. They couldn't help but feel confused. "He's already gone," Lang Lingyan replied calmly without batting an eyelid. "Southwest. If you chase after him now, you might be able to catch up." Shan Zhen, Su Lang, and the others were stunned. They didn't know why Lang Lingyan would say this. However, after thinking about it calmly, they quickly understood her intentions. Oh, he would abandon you guys and escape by himself? Xiao Meng held his axe with one hand and crossed his arms in front of him. Lang Lingyan raised her beautiful eyes slightly and said nonchalantly, "When life is at stake, people are selfish. He was the one who took away the draining god spear and killed your Liao clan's companions. I think these things have nothing to do with us." Hearing Lang Lingyan trying her best to distance herself from Chu Hen, the surrounding people couldn't help but feel surprised. Ha 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 ha. However, Xiao Meng laughed heartily. "I've long heard that Lang Lingyan from Mount Kunliu's Void Temple is extraordinarily intelligent. You're calm even if Mount Tai collapses before you. Now that I've seen you, the rumors are indeed true. Unfortunately, I, Xiao Meng, am not a 3-year-old child. You can't fool me." Lang Lingyan smiled indifferently. "It's up to you whether you believe me or not. The more time you waste here, the further he'll run." "Humph, I almost believed your nonsense." Swoosh! At this moment, the people from Sky Bamboo Peak and country of Conquering Cloud arrived. "Sir Xiao Meng, can you let them go for Lin Yumen's sake?" Her soft voice was like rain and silk. It was a little surprising that Sky Bamboo Peak would intervene at this time. Xiao Meng snorted coldly and replied frivolously, "What if I say no?" Before Lin Yumen could reply, Yun He, who was next to her, said in a low voice, "Junior Sister Lin, this matter involves the conflict between the sections. It's best for Sky Bamboo Peak not to intervene, but Mount Kunliu helped us before." The one who spoke was Chun Ro from country of Conquering Cloud. "Humph, how can a small favor be compared to a major sect matter?" Yun He looked at her coldly and shouted at Chun Ro to back off. "With the current situation, even if we lend a hand, it's useless. Why seek trouble for ourselves?" From the beginning, Yun He had disliked Chu Hen. He also held a grudge against Mount Kunliu. It was already good enough that he did not hit them when they were down. Moreover, the treasure of country of Conquering Cloud, the Heaven's Blade, was still with Chu Hen. Due to her relationship with Lang Lingyan, Lin Yumen did not directly ask Chu Hen for the Heaven's Blade. However, if Chu Hen was in danger and was killed by others, She could take back the Heaven's Blade without any worries, therefore, regardless of the reason. Sky Bamboo Peak did not need to win the championship. Xiao Meng sneered coldly. Junior sister Lin, do what you want to do. I don't have time to waste here. Lin Yumin clenched her hands into fists. A hint of coldness flashed across her eyes. At this moment, a calm voice dispelled Lin Yumin's hostility. I don't need your help, huh? Everyone was stunned. The person who said this was none other than Lung Lingyan herself. The other party's eyes were as clear as water. Not a single ripple could be seen as she calmly said such a sentence. Lin Yumin and the people from the heavenly Bamboo Peak were even more astonished. One should know that Lung Lingyan was facing 3 powerful opponents who were at the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Only with the help of the heavenly Bamboo Peak could they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, they would be instantly annihilated. You? Lin Yumin frowned. Do you still want face at this time? Lung Lingyan shook her head. I've never been one to care about face. Plus, I've never lost to you. Buzz! As soon as she finished speaking, a shapeless wave of air spread out from Lung Lingyan's body. Between heaven and earth, a faint, obscure rhythm was formed. Ha! How interesting! In the sky. Yingsha's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Then his body moved and swept towards Lung Lingyan like a phantom. Leave this woman to me. Xiao Meng and Li Wu responded with a cold smile. They had no intention of making the first move. With Yingsha's strength, it was more than enough to deal with Lung Lingyan. Moreover, Xiao Meng did not believe that Chu Hen had already left this place. He must be hiding somewhere. As long as they subdued and killed all the people from Mount Kunliu, Chu Hen would definitely not be able to hide and would definitely show himself. Whoosh! Like a shadow, like a ghost. Yingsha turned into a blurry gray shadow and appeared in front of Lung Lingyan. To be honest, I rarely kill women, especially these beautiful women. Hiss! Accompanied by the sound of air being cut through, a sharp crystal pillar flew out from the gray fog. The cold blade went straight for Lung Lingyan's heart. Yingsha's aura was peerless, but Lung Lingyan's body did not have the slightest fluctuation of primordial energy. Facing the opponent's powerful attack, Lung Lingyan stretched out her jade-like palm. More than a dozen white air waves gathered in her palm and rotated and intertwined. Bang! Her palm fell and hit the tip of the crystal pillar. Everyone thought that with Yingsha's strength, this attack would probably be able to penetrate Lung Lingyan's palm. However, this did not happen. All they saw was a burst of light, and the crystal pillar's sharp spear actually broke into pieces. Dual void force. Lung Lingyan let out a soft cry. In the next instant, a second wave of astonishing palm force followed, closely behind. A wave of power that was like an undercurrent in the deep sea erupted from a single point and landed firmly on the misty shadow that Shadow Killer had transformed into. Bang! The space trembled violently. Thousands of light shadows flew everywhere. The fog was like a shattered water ball, bursting into countless light spots. Not good. Not only did the people from Mount Kunliu not feel excited when they shattered the fog formed by Yingsha with a single palm, they turned pale with fright. Senior Sister Lingyan, retreat quickly. It's too late. A cold voice reverberated from all directions. Buzz. As soon as Lung Lingyan finished speaking, the trembling space around her began to distort in a dreamlike manner. In the next second, strange crystal walls appeared out of thin air around her. The mirror-like walls were so bright that one could see one's reflection. They were dozens of meters tall and more than 10 meters wide. Front, back, left, right, up and down, the countless ice crystal mirror walls immediately transformed into a huge, rhombus-shaped space. It was dazzling and radiant, yet it had infinite killing intent. Ice Mirror Devil Palace. This was the ultimate skill that Yingsha was famous for. It was rumored that in the entire Eastern Victory State, thousands of Earth Profound stage powerhouses had died in this Ice Mirror Devil Palace. The scene that appeared on Chu Hen's body in the illusion immediately fell on Lung Lingyan's body. Welcome to the Ice Mirror Devil Palace. Inside the rhombus-shaped space, Lung Lingyan seemed to be in a palace of mirrors. Indifferent figures continuously appeared on the mirrors around her. Countless Ing Sha appeared in the mirrors, as though they were about to sentence Lung Lingyan to death. Chapter 8:15. It's a pity. This time it's not an illusion. A cold voice, like the pronouncement of the Grim Reaper, came from every mirror in all directions. Ice Mirror Demonic Palace. The huge rhombus-shaped space trapped Lung Lingyan inside like a cage that was difficult to break free from. The crowd above the immortal viewing platform could imagine Lung Lingyan's panicked expression. Damn it! Dan Zhen cursed angrily. Without saying another word, he led the people of Mount Kunliu to rush over to provide support. Bastard, if you dare to touch a single hair on senior sister Lingyan's head, Mount Kunliu will hunt you down. Ha ha, what a big tone. Shortly after, the two Liao clan experts who had transformed into giants soared into the sky along with the crushed mountain below, directly blocking the path of Dan Zhen's group. If you want to pass, you'll have to get through us first. Although these two Fong clan experts were not as strong as Strength Wu, they had reached the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm. The aura they emitted was as unshakable as a mountain. Dan Zhen and the rest could not help but be enraged, however. At this moment, a strange and enormous aura suddenly spread in all directions. Everyone present could not help but be shocked. Buzz, there seemed to be the sound of wind and waves. Then, the sky turned dark and the earth lost its color. An indescribable silence enveloped the entire area. Silence. Indescribable silence. All things in the surroundings, including the mountains, rivers, and ruins, seemed to have turned into nothingness, revealing a dreamy, chaotic state. In an instant, everyone present felt as if they had entered the boundless and mysterious galaxy of the universe. Even the true inner force in their bodies seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force. What's going on? Just as everyone was confused, a cold female voice came from the Ice Mirror Demonic Palace. This is not an illusion. It's a pity for you. Lung Lingyan's voice was not the least bit panicked. Instead, it was filled with indifference. What? Everyone was shocked. At the same time, a bad premonition surged in the hearts of Xiaomang, Strength Wu, and the rest. Boom! In the next moment, the soft sound of cyclones that were as soft as feathers caused the space around them to tremble. Soon after, under the astonished gazes of everyone present, a vast and mighty layer of dense, white mist spread out like a nebula vortex, with the Ice Mirror Demonic Palace as the center, sweeping out in all directions. Heavenly Void Seal, World Reversal. Her cold and dignified voice caused everyone's hearts to tremble. Following that, a white palm pillar burst out from Lung Lingyan's palms. The palm's momentum was still calm, without the slightest energy fluctuation. However, its speed was like a bolt of lightning. Bang! The white palm pillar directly smashed into the luxurious ice mirror in front of it. Upon contact, the enormous ice mirror was instantly penetrated and shattered into countless fragments. The Ice Mirror Demonic Palace was forcefully pierced through, creating a huge hole. The spectacular scene was like a divine beam piercing through the stars. After piercing through the ice mirror, the white palm shot straight up, and its speed increased by several times. It was like a sharp sword piercing through the air, sweeping up an incomparably cold energy as it fiercely charged at an area about 100 meters away from the Ice Mirror Demonic Palace. Bang! Along with a circle of wantonly ripples, the white palm pillar leaped into the sky. However, the area within 100 meters was splattered with blood and flesh flying everywhere. What? Everyone present had their eyes wide open, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Buzz, space slightly fluctuated and distorted, and a figure with a face filled with endless fear and disbelief appeared. Shah's face no longer had the playful expression from before. Instead, it was replaced by paleness and panic. His eyes widened as he lowered his head to look at the bloody hole in his chest. The shattered bones and internal organs were all destroyed. It was a ghastly sight, and no one dared to look at it directly. How? How is this possible? Boom! The ice mirror shattered, and the tens of thousands of crystal pillars exploded into fragments. Lang Lingyan's long hair fluttered in the wind, and her robe was as white as snow. In my void space, your invisibility spell is useless, Li Wuyo said coldly. Void space? The eyes of everyone from Mount Kunliu lit up. I really didn't expect Senior Sister Lingyan to have cultivated the void, heavenly seal technique to the last level. This void space is really powerful. That's right, the last level of the void space can form its own independent barrier. Within this range, not only will one's strength increase greatly, but even the slightest movement in the surroundings will be visible to one's eyes. Void space, reversed realm slash. The sudden reversal caused a huge wave in everyone's heart. After a brief moment of silence, Shadow Killer's life force was rapidly exhausted. His broken internal organs fell from his chest, and he fell powerlessly from the sky like a bird with broken wings. He smashed into the ground, his body smashed to pieces. At this moment, everyone looked at Lang Lingyan differently after killing Yingsha, who had a cultivation base of level 6 Earth Profound stage, with a single move. So it turned out that the truly powerful were all so low-key. Lin Yuman, from Sky Bamboo Peak, frowned slightly. Her eyes were filled with surprise. So many years had passed, and she thought she would definitely defeat Lang Lingyan from Mount Kunliu. She did not expect Lang Lingyan's cultivation base to be so strong. It was just like what the other party had said. She had never lost to him. Xiao Meng from Heaven Dynasty's face had already turned gloomy. The corner of his mouth drew back, revealing a sinister smile. This is really unexpected. You really hit it well. However, Xiao Meng's voice paused. Then 2 rays of ruthless light shot out from his eyes. Today, all of you will still have to stay here. Attack! As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Meng held the saint-cutting axe in his hand and rushed towards Lang Lingyan with the power to split the sky. Xin Gu by Nian and the others from Heaven Dynasty followed closely behind. They all drew their swords and rushed towards the people from Mount Kunliu. The Fong clan strength shaman sneered, "I'm sorry for underestimating you before." The giant's body rushed over. His ice-cold sharp claws covered the sky and ground, crushing towards Lang Lingyan. The 2 experts of level 6 Earth Profound Realm attacked together. The pressure on Lang Lingyan immediately multiplied. Fortunately, she had killed Yingsha first. Otherwise, it would have been incomparably troublesome. However, in terms of overall strength, the Heaven Dynasty and the Fong clan were still stronger than Mount Kunliu. Defeat was the inevitable outcome. At this moment, in an abyss covered by darkness and ruins, a young figure floated in midair. His eyes were closed, and a gauze-like golden light pattern flowed around his body. His aura fluctuated between strong and weak, restless and calm at times. It was very mysterious inside Chu Hen's Naiwen Palace. Compared to before, Chu Hen's Naiwen Palace had already undergone a tremendous change. The space continued to expand, and the chaotic area around him became clear at a speed visible to the naked eye. Verdant grass grew on the originally barren land. Rivers flowed, and it was full of vitality. The biggest change was none other than the street tree in the centermost area. At this moment, this street tree no longer had a shadow of the past. It was as if it had been reborn. From the leaves to the trunk, everything was bright and dazzling, as if it was made of crystal. Thousands of mysterious talisman inscriptions covered it like ancient talisman numbers. It was a deluge of colorful flowers. Rich, Reiki energy filled the entire Naiwen Palace. Chu Hen's strength was increasing at an extremely fast rate. when his street tree and the immortal talisman spirit tree merged into one, Chu Hen's attainments in the art of talisman quietly entered the ranks of Earth Pattern Masters. At this moment, Chu Hen truly felt the mystical power of the immortal talisman spirit tree. Just the strength of the Reiki energy that was derived from it was like heaven and earth. Relying on the supreme mystery of the immortal talisman spirit tree, it would not be difficult for him to surpass Earth Pattern Master and enter the realm of Heavenly Pattern Master in the future. Buzz, buzz! Layers of light and shadow revolved around Chu Hen's body. There was not a single sound in the silent space. At this moment, the surrounding power rapidly converged into Chu Hen's body. The chaotic aura also calmed down in the next second. Chu Hen's eyes suddenly opened. Chapter 816. Boom! The immortal prying platform, which had already been reduced to ruins, once again erupted into a chaotic battle. The Heaven Unified Dynasty and Mount Kunliu immediately drew their swords and fought without saying a word. The Heaven Unified Dynasty's overall strength was already strong, and with the addition of the Liao clan's experts, Mount Kunliu's side quickly fell into a disadvantageous position. Blades flashed and swords flashed, and shockwaves soared into the sky. All kinds of powerful martial arts and secret techniques clashed, causing explosions in the sky and shaking the space in all directions. The sky darkened and rubble flew everywhere. The chaotic rainbow shadows were gorgeous and dazzling, as if the light-shaking realm was wreaking havoc. Ha, Lung Lingyan! I'm sorry for underestimating you, Xiao Meng sneered coldly. The holy slicing axe in his hand shone with a cold golden light. He waved his hand, and an axe shadow pierced through the sky, striking towards Lung Lingyan. Lung Lingyan's clear eyes narrowed slightly. Her slender fingers clasped together as she shouted coldly, "Void Destruction Palm!" Boom! Waves of wind rose and surged, and the area above Lung Lingyan suddenly turned into a vast and endless starry universe. Then, along with the distorted space, a giant palm descended from the sky. It did not cause a single ripple, and it fell silently, although there was not the slightest energy fluctuation. At the moment when the two forces collided, there was an explosion. The giant palm actually forcefully smashed the incoming axe shadow into smithereens. Then, the attack of the palm did not decrease, and it whistled toward Xiao Meng again. Humph! A trace of disdain flashed across Xiao Meng's eyes, and he struck out with two axe shadows. The two axe shadows, one in front and one behind, moved like lightning. They flashed in the void, and two crescent shadows flashed, directly smashing the palm shadow into pieces. The intense collision of energy was like a surging wave, and it exploded in the sky. Roar! At the same time, a ferocious, beast-like roar came from behind Lung Lingyan. The giant-like strength sorcerer threw a punch with the force of Mount Tai, and it was incomparably domineering. The violent energy that covered his arm was like a rising flame, and the scorching heat wave crushed down. Lung Lingyan's pretty face changed slightly, and she hurriedly retreated. As she retreated, her hands formed a lotus seal. Buzz! Along with the slight, rhythmic movement of the air, a ripple-like barrier immediately appeared in front of her. Bang! In the next second, Strength Shaman's powerful and heavy fist fiercely smashed onto the screen, causing flames to splatter everywhere and golden light to burst forth. The barrier violently distorted and shook. Following that, the middle of the barrier was pierced, creating a large hole. The powerful shockwave from the aftershock surged toward Lung Lingyan, causing her body to tremble slightly as a trickle of blood trickled down the corner of her mouth. Senior Sister Lingyan. Everyone on Mount Kun Lu turned pale with fright. To Lung Lingyan, dealing with two experts at the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm at the same time was indeed somewhat difficult. Even so, no one from Mount Kunliu's side was able to free themselves to assist. Enraged, the eyes of the Mount Kunliu disciples turned red, and each and every one of them erupted with an intense evil aura. "I'll fight you to the death," A disciple with a fiery temper had bloodshot eyes. He turned into a dozen blurry shadows in the air, and as swift as a cheetah, he charged to the left side of one of the Fong clan's giants. He raised his long sword high and thrust it at the enemy's throat in a head-on manner. However, the Fong clan's expert had a disdainful expression on his face. He suddenly turned around and opened his abyss-like mouth, releasing a powerful devouring force. Die in my stomach. Rumble. A whirlpool black hole suddenly appeared in his mouth. The Mount Kunliu disciple was caught off guard and was directly sucked into it, along with a shrill shriek. Blood splattered everywhere, filling the gaps between the Fong clan's man's teeth. Cannibalism. Cannibalism for real. This shocking scene caused a chill to run down the spines of everyone in the room. At the same time, everyone felt sorry for the fate of the people from Mount Kunliu. Be *starred. Shan Zhen's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets, and her eyes were about to spit fire. I'll kill you. Screech, along with a loud falcon's cry. Shanjin shot out like an aurora. Golden light patterns revolved around her body and instantly formed a pair of light wings on both sides of her body. The sound of the air being sliced apart was extremely ear-piercing. Shanjin was like a wing blade that tore through the air, leaving a trail of red flames in the air as she ruthlessly charged at the man-eating Fong clan's man. Boom! Like a meteor crashing into a mountain. The light that soared into the sky bloomed like a misty rain. A bloody wound that was so deep that the bone could be seen quickly split open on the Fong clan's man's chest. Extending for dozens of meters, Shanzhen was also sent flying with a fierce look in her eyes. If it was an ordinary person, this attack would have been fatal. However, what made everyone's hearts tremble was the Fong clan's man actually threw his head back and laughed maniacally. Ha! Idiot! You've underestimated our Fong clan's holy bloodline. I'll let you know what it means to be a descendant of the Saint God. What? Dan Zhen's pupils constricted. In the next instant, she saw the other party's blood and qi rising into the sky, and the fatal wound on his body was actually healing at a rapid pace. The speed at which his vitality was recovering was truly frightening. Hey, you foolish mortal! You should just obediently stay in the dirt. Another coarse voice, filled with ridicule, came from behind. Shanzhen was alarmed, and she cursed inwardly. Before she could react, a black shadow shrouded her head. Bang! A sturdy and ice-cold giant hand ruthlessly smashed into Shanzhen's body like a millstone. The protective true essence around her body immediately shattered, and the wings of light on both sides were directly crushed. Shanzhen's body shook, and her internal organs shifted. Along with a large mouthful of blood, she directly fell from the sky, smashing into the rubble below. Boom! A surging shock wave swept across the ground. Inside the crater, Shanzhen's body was covered in blood, and she was in a sorry state, unable to move. Can't even withstand a single blow. The other Fong clan expert, who attacked from behind, sneered disdainfully. Boom! Boom! At the same time, one after another, the disciples of Mount Kunliu were besieged by the experts of the Heaven Dynasty. Humph! This is your fate for opposing our heaven-connecting dynasty. A mediocre sect can't stand up to the Grand Hall after all. Let's bury them in the ruins. Seeing that the people of Mount Kunliu had already fallen into a certain death situation, the people from the country of Yu revealed anxious expressions. After all, Mount Kunliu had helped them in the Blood Tree Forest. However, the country of Yu did not have much of a say here in Sky Bamboo Peak. Looks like they won't be able to hold on for long. He crossed his arms in front of him and rubbed his chin with one hand, a gloating expression on his face. Lin Yumin, who was in front of him, coldly said, You guys leave first. The people of Sky Bamboo Peak were startled. Junior sister Lin, you want to know about Mount Kunliu? He asked in a low voice. I don't care about Mount Kunliu's matters, but Lung Lingyan's life and death is my personal matter. Junior sister Lin, you have to think carefully. If anything goes wrong, you know the consequences. It's none of your business. Lin Yumin immediately left the people of Sky Bamboo Peak and flew toward Lan Lingyan's battle. She stared at the slender figure that was on the verge of collapsing under the joint attack of Li Wu and Xiao Meng. She could not help but recall the scene of the two of them fighting for the only spot to enter Sky Bamboo Peak. Lung Lingyan, if I find out that you lost to me on purpose back then, I definitely won't forgive you. Ha! Looks like another troublemaker has arrived. Xiao Meng glanced at Lin Yumin from the corner of his eyes. A cruel sneer appeared on his face. I'll leave this to you. Settle it as soon as possible. Li Wu sneered. I'll count to 10 at most. Let's wait and see. Xiao Meng raised his eyebrows. Then he turned around and charged toward Lin Yumin with a majestic force that was like a monstrous wave. Junior sister Lin, it's not good to be too troublesome. Buzz. As he spoke, Xiao Meng raised his holy axe high. Brilliant vines of light shot out from his arms and covered the holy axe. Tens of thousands of light shadows erupted. The sky lost its color and the space trembled. It was as if Xiao Meng was holding a heaven-splitting divine metal in his hands. All the energy in the world was contained in it. Feeling the aura released by Xiao Meng, Lin Yumin's brows were slightly solemn. Then she spread her arms and flicked her 10 fingers. Along with the rising true origin energy, the airflow in the world rose and fell like a tide. Xiao Meng, don't be too ruthless. Ha 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 ha, I don't need you to teach me what to do. A trace of madness flashed in Xiao Meng's eyes. The veins on his arms bulged as if he was holding something heavy. Let me see the unique skill of your Sky Bamboo Peak. 9 God / Buzz! In an instant, a frightening axe shadow that spanned 1,000 meters swept towards Lin Yumin with the power of thunder. It was like a crescent moon, crashing into the heavenly river. Wherever it passed, the space would continuously distort at the same time. Lin Yumin's aura rose like a wave. 1,000 bamboo shield. Swish, swish, swish! The crushed stones of the mountains below split open. Thousands of huge jade bamboos rose like bamboo shoots after the rain. They lined up in a row and turned into 1,000 zhang tall bamboo wall. The emerald green bamboo wall was like a waterfall that blocked in front of Lin Yumin. Bang! The thunderous axe shadow directly hit the bamboo wall. In an instant, the violent impact was comparable to a landslide and a tsunami. All kinds of violent energy soared into the sky. Rumble! The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Crushed stones danced in the air. Pieces of the bamboo wall exploded in all directions. The people who gathered to watch the battle from afar all felt the heat wave hit their faces, and their blood churned. As expected of the people from Sky Bamboo Peak and Heaven Imperial Dynasty. This strength, TSK. So what? Even if Lin Yumin makes a move, Kunlia Mountain won't be able to escape the fate of destruction. Lung Lingyan can't hold on any longer. Chapter 817. Boom! Endless violent chi shook the heavens and earth, comparable to tsunamis and landslides. The entire ruins of the immortal Prime platform became a torrential storm. The first confrontation between Heaven Dynasty's Xiao Meng and Heavenly Bamboo Peak's Lin Yumin had already caused the sky to darken. The 2 genius disciples from the top 10 forces of the victorious Eastern State displayed their extraordinary demeanor. What should we do? We need to go and help Senior Sister Lin, a young disciple from Heavenly Bamboo Peak said. However, he stretched out his hand to stop the people behind him. He glanced at them from the corner of his eyes and coldly laughed. There's no need. Mount Kuin Lu has already fallen into a situation of certain death. Even if all of us act together, we won't be able to save them. But Senior Sister Lin, there's no need to worry. He had a contented expression on his face as he said leisurely, once this group of people from Mount Kunliu is eliminated, she will naturally return. Although He's cultivation was not as strong as Lin Yumin, He entered Heavenly Bamboo Peak a year earlier than her and was more experienced than Lin Yumin. Yun, he still had a lot of authority. Seeing that, the other disciples of Heavenly Bamboo Peak did not say anything else. Bang! Bang! Wave after wave of powerful shock waves exploded in the air. One by one, Mount Kunliu's disciples suffered casualties under the fierce attacks of the Heaven Dynasty and the Liao clan. Screams were unceasing, filled with hatred and unwillingness. Scram! Su Lang knocked away the enemy in front of him with a sword. His eyes were bloodshot and the veins on his forehead bulged. He shouted, "Senior Sister Lingyan, don't worry about us. Leave this place quickly." "That's right, Senior Sister Lingyan, leave quickly. You must find Junior Brother Chu Hen. A cornered beast's fight, certain defeat." The people of Mount Kunliu had already realized this. On the other side, Lung Lingyan was already injured. Her originally pretty face was now slightly pale. "Ha! You can't leave, I swear." Li Wu's cold sneer was like a demon's mockery. His huge body immediately exploded with a scarlet light that soared into the sky. The giant hand that was as sharp as a wolf's claw swept toward Lung Lingyan with the force of a mountain. Lung Lingyan raised her beautiful eyes and could clearly see the palm lines on the other party's palm. Between the palm lines, powerful energy was flowing freely, the devil's hand, palm power splitting the heavens. Boom! The violent shock wave was comparable to a thunderclap, and when the giant palm fell, a brilliant golden light erupted from Lung Lingyan's body. However, in just an instant, her aura was rapidly suppressed. The aurora vanished, and a vast mass of light and shadow swept out in all directions, setting off waves of air and violent tides. Then a slender and soft figure flew out from within, retreating at an extremely fast speed. Red blood flowed out of Lung Lingyan's mouth, and her pale face turned crimson due to the churning blood essence in her body. Hee! At the same time, the man from the Fong clan who had just devoured a Mount Kunliu disciple suddenly let out a sinister laugh. "Die in my stomach. Beauty? What?" Everyone present turned pale with fright. The few people from Mount Kunliu were so furious that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "Be **starred, how dare you? I will definitely tear you into pieces." Hee! The man from the Fong clan laughed, even more ferociously and proudly. He opened his giant mouth, and between the gaps of his teeth were scarlet pieces, like the bloody mouth of a ferocious beast. Buzz, buzz, an extremely restless energy, fluctuation appeared the side of his mouth, and along with the distorted space, a huge suction force erupted. In an instant, Lung Lingyan was like a butterfly that was about to be sucked into a vortex wormhole, and what awaited her was a sharp guillotine. A faint sense of helplessness appeared in her eyes. The injuries in her body had already rendered her defenseless. However, for some reason, there was no fear or panic on her face, even if the Grim Reaper was standing behind her. On the other hand, the people from Mount Kunliu were extremely furious, and they could not wait to execute these few people from the Fong clan. "It's over." A cruel smile appeared on the faces of Xiao Meng, Li Wu, and the others. Lin Yumin looked nervous, but she was too far away to do anything. She could only watch as Lin Yumin fell into the mouth of the man from the Fong clan. The scene of a rain of blood was about to appear. The elegant and refined figure was about to disappear. Rumble. Suddenly, in the ruins behind the immortal prying platform, billions of pieces of rubble were suddenly lifted up, and an extremely violent and piercingly cold murderous aura was comparable to the instantaneous eruption of a volcano. The mountains collapsed, the earth cracked, and the sky lost its color. A huge pit immediately appeared on the ground. Everyone's heart trembled at his words. Swoosh! In the next instant, a ray of saber light directly burst out from the ruins on the ground. The silver saber shadow tore through the air, like a glimpse of thousands of years of history, and attacked in the direction of Lung Lingyan at the speed of light. Hiss! The sound of the cold saber light cutting through the sky hurt everyone's eardrums. What followed was a scene of a rain of blood. Everyone's pupils shrank to the size of a needle. This saber had forcibly cut through the head of the man from the Fong clan, and half of his head had actually been chopped off. There was no scream, but everyone seemed to hear a crazy scream that came from the soul. Red and white liquid danced in the air. The giant of the Fong clan who had lost half of his head was extremely terrifying, but the powerful bloodline of the Fong clan prevented him from dying immediately. The power of swallowing in his bloody mouth rapidly weakened, and a low murmur came from his throat, rumble. Immediately after, the mountains and rivers shook, and the airwaves were monstrous. A silver shadow cut through the sky, and everyone caught a familiar aura. Lung Lingyan's clear eyes were filled with surprise. She saw the shadow reach her side in an instant, and then a saber light with the power to split open the sky. Bang! The giant body of the man from the Fong clan, who had half of his head cut off, was once again cut into two from the middle. Blood, mixed with internal organs, splashed into the sky. In an instant, a master of the Fong clan was killed. Boom! The degree of shock of such a scene exceeded that of Lung Lingyan's annihilating shadow kill. The brutality of such a move was a shock to the eyes of countless people. Xiao Meng, Li Wu, Lin Yumin, Yun He, and the others were also shocked. Everyone's attention was gathered in one place. Under the tumbling wind, a young and slender figure stood proudly in front of Lung Lingyan. His eyes were like torches, and he held a silver saber in his hand. Although his clothes and appearance were slightly disheveled, the aura that emanated from his body directly crushed everyone present. Sorry I'm late? Leave the rest to me. Chapter 8:18. I'm sorry I'm late. Leave the rest to me. A cold wind blew between heaven and earth. Looking at the elegant and slender figure in front of them, everyone present could not help but feel a little dazed. A bright red mist of blood sprayed in the wind. The body of the Fong clan giant was split into two and fell heavily to the ground. Rocks and pieces of flesh flew everywhere. It was a bloody and spectacular scene. The eyes of Xiao Meng from the Heaven Unity dynasty, Li Wu from the Fong clan, and the others narrowed. It's the Tianai blade. On the heavenly bamboo peak side, Chinro from the nation of Yu, Yun clenched her fists and could not help but exclaim, "Humph, he actually dares to come out." Yun He's face involuntarily revealed a mocking sneer. Currently, Lung Lingyan was heavily injured, and the entire Mount Kuan Lu group was heavily injured. In this kind of situation, Chu Hen was practically sending himself to his death. In this way, he would probably be able to retrieve the Tianai blade today. Boom! At this moment, a thunderous sound exploded in the sky. The other Fong clan giant emitted a monstrous and majestic aura. Its eyes were blood-red and filled with hatred as it glared at Chu Hen. Bastard, how dare you kill it? I'll crush you into pieces. After saying that, it raised its demonic claws and charged towards Chu Hen. At the same time, Li Wu also made his move. He swept up a vast and mighty aura and launched an attack. Lung Lingyan's pretty face changed. Just as she was about to step forward to help, Chu Hen's calm voice was heard. "Step back a little. You?" Lung Lingyan was startled. She lifted her beautiful eyes and looked at the side profile of Chu Hen's handsome face. There was an indescribable calmness and confidence. She immediately nodded. "You're..." Before the word heart left her mouth, a layer of ripples immediately appeared in the air. Swoosh! Along with the fleeting arc of light, Chu Hen instantly disappeared from his original spot. He took the lead and charged towards the giant from the Fong clan. Moreover, he ignored the strength shaman who was charging towards him from behind. Ow! I won't be careless this time. The Fong clan giant let out a bestial roar. Because he had been defeated by Chu Hen on the Immortal Seeking platform, he did not hold back this time. He released the power of his Fong clan bloodline to the extreme, and all the power in his body burst forth. Die! Buzz! The Fong clan giant stretched out its right arm and grabbed towards Chu Hen. Mighty Zhanyuan covered its entire arm, as if it was burning with a layer of domineering, demonic fire. Wherever it went, everything was crushed into nothingness. However, Chu Hen was expressionless. His eyes were cold and cruel. Condensing his palm, rumble. The Tianai blade immediately blossomed with a dazzling silver light. A beam of light slid across the blade's body, and the void above was immediately shrouded by nebulae. A storm came, and accompanied by a world-shaking roar of a tiger. A domineering white, saber-toothed tiger suddenly appeared behind Chu Hen. His ice-cold pupils looked down on all living things, and a ferocious might from ancient times suppressed everything in all directions. Roar! The tiger roared Zhong Mountain, stirring up raging waves. In an instant, Chu Hen held the Tianai saber in both hands and attacked the center of the Fong clan giant's right palm with a head-on thrust. Bang! As soon as the two collided, it was like the intersection of mountains, and a bloody rain of light surged into the sky. What followed was the shrill scream of the Fong clan giant. Ah, get out of here! Bang, bang, bang! Broken bones flew, and flesh and blood burst. The pupils of everyone present shrank, starting from the palm, then the forearm, then the elbow. The arm of the Fong clan giant exploded inch by inch, like a decayed stone pillar that had been struck by the power of thunder. It was instantly smashed into pieces at this moment. Chu Hen seemed to have transformed into an ancient ferocious beast, and the Tianai saber launched an unstoppable attack. Ah! In just the blink of an eye, the Fong clan giant's entire arm was reduced to pieces, and the next second Chu Hen, surrounded by the dazzling saber radiance, had already turned into a beam of light that penetrated the Fong clan giant's chest and back. Boom! Blood rained down again, and the Fong clan giant's enormous body immediately exploded into pieces in the void. The bloody scene caused countless people to tremble with fear. Vile spawn! In less than 10 seconds, he had killed 2 Fong clan experts who were at the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm. This directly made the Strength Shaman furious. If I don't kill you today, I'm not worthy of being the descendant of the Saint God. The Saint God? What a joke! Chu Hen held a blade in one hand and raised his other hand lightly. A series of beautiful runes that resembled spirit butterflies lingered on his fingertips. His brows were filled with disdain and contempt. You barbarian groups dare to call yourselves the descendants of the Saint God. Eating human blood, devouring human flesh, such a lowly and immoral clan. Only the Abyss Hell is suitable for you. Shut up! The name of the Saint God is not something a fool like you can blaspheme. My Fong clan God, bloodline, is immortal. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, the Strength Shaman's body expanded again, and a strange bloody mist gushed out of his body. His face became distorted, and he turned into a green face with fangs, looking like a devil from hell. The terrifying aura was like a mountain, and it made people unable to move. Seeing this, the people from Mount Kunliu could not help but reveal a grave expression. Just the Strength Shaman alone was already so powerful, let alone Xiao Meng, who was waiting for an opportunity. Today's situation boded ill rather than well. Today I will use your blood as a sacrifice to the Fong clan god. Rumble! The Strength Shaman, whose body had doubled in size, was like a giant that covered the sky. He opened his mouth that was filled with fangs, and a powerful suction force exploded. In an instant, all kinds of energy in the world rapidly gathered in his mouth and turned into a ball of turbid jade ball. Wah! An ear-piercing shriek sounded, and the Strength Shaman looked down at Chu Hen from above. Then, the turbid jade ball in his mouth was like a meteorite that fell from the 9 heavens, causing the world to tremble as it flew towards Chu Hen. A black shadow covered the sky, shrouding the earth. An incomparably restless and violent energy was filled with the power to destroy the world. Lung, Lingyan, Lin Yumin, and the rest were all shocked. The Heaven Dynasty's Xiao Meng smiled coldly. Looks like I don't have to do anything anymore. A powerful wave of air whistled through the earth, and a terrifying pressure came crashing down. However, at this moment, Chu Hen flicked his left finger, and countless dazzling runes instantly spread out in all directions. A strange rune array that spanned 100 meters suddenly appeared below Chu Hen without any warning. The mysterious runes intertwined with each other, and they were colorful and brilliant. What? He's also an earth tattoo master? How is this possible? Not only were the people from the other forces shocked, but even the people from Mount Kunliu were shocked. When did Chu Hen become an earth tattoo master? No one knew. Without any time to think, under the surprised gazes of the crowd, the huge rune array that looked like a divine disk released thousands of rays of light. Earth God's hand! Boom! Just as the turbid jade ball that seemed to be able to destroy everything was about to land, an incomparably tough giant stone hand suddenly flew out of the rune array. The giant hand was made up of countless pieces of rock. Bang! In an instant, the two terrifying forces collided. The jade ball that was filled with all kinds of majestic energy bombarded the giant stone hand. The violent True Yuan and the mighty Reiki energy were like two tsunamis converging, shaking the heavens and the earth, setting off a raging wave that soared into the sky. Rumble! The space within a radius of 10,000 meters seemed to tremble, and the rubble that filled the sky was like a swarm of locusts covering the sky and covering the earth, along with the powerful waves of air that surged in all directions. Kiki, Li Wu laughed maniacally. I want to see how many times you can block me. I have the protection of the dragon god bloodline. You can't hurt me, ha ha ha. Humph. Then I want to see how you die. A cold voice came directly from the front. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the next instant, 7 glittering metal chains shot out from the rain of rubble. The 7 metal chains danced like dragons and snakes, extending endlessly, shuttling through the rain of rubble. They immediately arrived in front of Li Wu and wrapped around his body. At that moment, Li Wu's body had already reached over 2,000 feet. Although his speed did not decrease, he was too big of a target. A few of the metal chains immediately wrapped around Li Wu's ankles, arms, and waist. Humph, you want to trap me with just this? Too naive. Blood mist surged around Li Wu's body, and his muscles bulged. The few metal chains that wrapped around him immediately tightened, as though they would break at any time. Such a shocking scene was like a star chain trapping a ferocious demon. However, the power of this ferocious demon was truly terrifying. Zap, zap! At that moment, a series of black lightning darted up the 7 metal chains, and the dense power of dark lightning was instantly channeled into Li Wu's body through the metal chains. Li Wu's body trembled, and endless black lightning enveloped him like an electric net. Ah! The powerful impact of the electric current caused Li Wu's eyes to widen in anger, and they were bloodshot. Everyone present frowned, and their faces were filled with shock. Heaven Dynasty's Xiao Meng was secretly shocked. Then his body moved, and he left Lin Yuman behind. He waved his holy slicing axe and rushed towards the battlefield. Not good. Definitely not good. Xiao Meng could no longer sit still. This nameless pawn called Chu Hen was not a good person at all. However, before Xiao Meng could stop him, a beam of light shot across the sky. Chu Hen, who was engulfed in the power of dark lightning, had already arrived in front of Li Wu. I'm sorry to tell you, today, even your so-called god Li can't save you. The cold voice was like the judgment of the Grim Reaper. Li Wu's expression changed drastically, and a sense of danger enveloped his heart. In a hurry, he struggled with all his might and rushed upwards with all his might. Zap, zap, like the loud cries of millions of lightning birds, violent black lightning covered the Tianai blade. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold, and he held the hilt of the blade with both hands. Without any hesitation, he plunged the cold blade into Li Wu's abdomen. Millions of lightning bolts wandered recklessly. Immediately, Chu Hen held the Tianai blade with both hands, and with the blade facing upwards, he used the power of the heaven-punishing blade and pushed upwards rapidly. Sticking close to his opponent's body, hiss! The sound of flesh being cut was like a beautiful symphony, and the sound of blood dancing in the wind was especially cheerful. Chapter 819. Hiss! The sound of flesh being cut interweaved into a beautiful melody. The sound of fresh blood dancing in the wind was especially cheerful. The ice-cold blade, covered with black lightning, directly pierced into the abdomen of the strength shaman's huge body and quickly pushed upwards. Continuously breaking open the strength shaman's body, the merciless blade was unstoppable, its aura piercing the heavens. Scarlet blood wantonly danced in the air, forming the shape of a blooming flower. The strength shaman's body violently trembled. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mournful screams reverberated throughout the heavens and earth. Ah, the strength shaman struggled with all his might. Bang, bang, bang! The few starlight chains that were wrapped around the strength shaman's body instantly shattered. However, it was useless. The Tianai blade in Chu Hen's hand pierced into his internal organs and cut off his bone marrow. Under countless gazes that were filled with endless shock and fear, a huge wound that spanned 100 meters appeared on the strength shaman's huge body. The ghastly wound was dripping with fresh blood like a ravine. The internal organs were clearly visible. Such a horrifying and ferocious scene sent chills down everyone's spine. If the strength shaman's external appearance was like a demon, then the current Chu Hen was like a cold and merciless death god. His ruthlessness caused everyone's heart to tremble. Ah, no matter how powerful the Liao clan's bloodline was, it was impossible for him to ignore such a heavy injury. Anger, malevolence, and fear, all sorts of emotions, surged on the strength shaman's distorted face. Xiao Meng, help me kill him! He was powerless to continue fighting and could only rely on the help of the Heaven's Descendants dynasty Xiao Meng. Although Xiao Meng was already rushing over, it was already too far for him to help. I've already said that even if your Liao god comes, he won't be able to save you today. The indifferent voice was the death god's verdict. Chu Hen's figure moved, and he flew above the strength shaman. He raised the Tianai blade with both hands, and countless silver light patterns spread out like blooming white flames. Killing intent. There was no hesitation in killing intent. Be buried in these ruins. Buzz, as his voice fell, 1,000-foot-long saber light slashed down from the sky, and the power on both sides of the world stacked up like stormy waves. The strength shaman's pupils contracted to the size of a needle tip, his distorted face filled with endless fear. No, bang! The surging halo was mixed with the stench of blood and wind as it spread out. Everyone's hearts trembled as the strength shaman's body, which was almost 200 meters tall, was directly split into two by Chu Hen's saber. Rumble, it was like a collapsing mountain crashing down, sending up a rain of blood and flesh. Shock, tremble. In an instant, he had killed 3 experts of the Liao clan. Such a magnificent feat truly shocked the entire Immortal Prime platform. The people of the Heaven Imperial Dynasty frowned. The people of the Heavenly Bamboo Peak shook their heads, and even the disciples of Mount Kunlu were dumbfounded. Lan Lingyan clenched her fists lightly as she gazed at the young figure with an extraordinary bearing, and her eyes were suffused with traces of pleasant surprise. Then Lan Lingyan's pretty face changed, and she shouted, "Chu Hen, watch your back!" What? Everyone was shocked. They only saw a swift and fierce axe shadow, like a ray of light chasing after the moon, slashing towards Chu Hen. Behind the axe shadow, there was a blurry afterimage. Chu Hen's eyes turned cold as he turned around and slashed with his saber. The lightning-like Tianai saber's power was peerless, and it instantly shattered the axe shadow. Bang! The beautiful light and shadow were like shattered ice crystals, filling the sky and splattering everywhere. In the next instant, a cold and fierce face appeared in front of Chu Hen's eyes. Humph! I've really underestimated you. Die for me! Xiao Meng's entire body was surging with hostility, and he was as fierce as a wild beast. He held the holy cleaving axe high above his head, and it shone brightly, as if he was holding a heavenly medal. facing the menacing Xiao Mang. Chu Hen's eyes were calm, and he did not retreat. Instead, he advanced and waved the Tianai saber, directly facing the attack. Bang! The holy cleaving axe, which was covered in dazzling golden light, clashed with the Tianai saber, which was swallowing and spitting restless black lightning. In an instant, violent vital energy surged into the sky, and chaotic light and shadow blossomed between the two, causing the space to distort. Chi-chi! Buzz, buzz! Sparks flew as the cold blade and the sharp edge of the axe rubbed against each other. The two were like two bulls fighting, not giving way to each other, and they resisted each other with their hidden strength. Xiao Mang stared fiercely at Chu Hen's calm face, and a deep voice came from his throat. "I will definitely kill you today." However, after hearing this, a frivolous smile appeared on the corner of Chu Hen's mouth. He looked straight into the other's eyes and said calmly, "Since you are so confident, why are you afraid?" "Afraid?" Xiao Mang frowned. "Humph, what a joke. Why would I be afraid of you?" "Fear has already made you lose your calm mind." Chu Hen was still calm and composed, and his torch-like eyes revealed the sharpness of a sword. Roar! Immediately after, a deafening tiger's roar reverberated from within Chu Hen's body. Buzz, buzz! Accompanied by a strong and unparalleled ferocity, a shocking white, saber-toothed tiger immediately appeared behind Chu Hen's back. A strong wind suddenly rose, and the sky darkened. A pressure that was comparable to a tsunami from the abyss rushed toward Xiao Mang, and the latter's expression suddenly changed. His trembling eyes suddenly reflected a pair of deep and demonic purple eyes. Everything in the world seemed to turn into nothingness in an instant. The sky and earth spun, and all sounds became silent. Xiao Mang seemed to see his own death in Chu Hen's eyes. It was the same miserable ending as the strength shaman, and not even his bones were left fear. It was a genuine fear. No! Xiao Mang's gaze turned fierce, and a strong hatred and murderous intent once again exploded from his body. "You are too naive. If you think that I am only at this level, then you are gravely mistaken." As soon as he finished speaking, the white saber-toothed tiger behind Chu Hen let out a roar, and a majestic force of hidden strength crushed down. Bang! A layer of transparent light rippled in the space, and Xiao Mang was caught off guard. His body shook, and he immediately left his original position and retreated downwards. In this first confrontation, Xiao Mang was at a disadvantage. Xian Gu by Nian and the other people from the Heaven Unified Dynasty all felt that something was wrong. In the next moment, an extremely angry energy wave suddenly surged out. That is, everyone's gazes converged at the same place without prior agreement. They saw Chu Hen raise one of his hands towards the sky. His 5 fingers opened up, and tens of thousands of starlight beams surged out of his body. They rapidly rotated and gathered in the center of his palm. Buzz, buzz, the endless power of the stars quickly gathered in Chu Hen's palm, and it compressed into a sphere. The sky trembled, and the world spun. It seemed as if a tornado had formed between the heaven and the earth. More and more power of the 7 stars compressed together, and in the blink of an eye, a huge spiral sphere appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Beams of light followed the rotation of the sphere, and Chu Hen looked as if he was holding a star in his hand, and his aura shook the heavens. What a shocking power density! Just who is he? He can actually compress his true essence to this degree. Everyone's expressions changed as they sensed the strength of the power transmitted from the sphere. The people from the Heaven Unified Dynasty were even more shocked. "Help senior brother Xiao Mang. Quick! Bastard, stop right now." Without saying anything else, the people from the Heaven Unified Dynasty quickly flew to help Xiao Mang. The latter's face had already turned green, and at the same time he fiercely roared, "You want to defeat me? In your dreams, Buzz!" Xiao Mang's eyes spewed out flames, and an unending stream of power poured into the holy cutter axe. In the next moment, the holy cutter axe rapidly enlarged, and in an instant it became dozens of meters wide. Also at the same time, Chu Hen's eyes flickered with the light of the stars. With the power of the heavens in his palm, he shook the power of the stars and threw the huge spear out. Merak kill! Chaotic Star River! Rumble! It was earth-shattering, and earth-shattering. The enormous sphere of energy that had been compressed by the surging seven-star force fell down, like a meteorite from the heavens, heading straight for Xiao Meng below. The endless pressure was like a huge wave, and the holy cutter axe in front of Xiao Meng was immediately engulfed by the monstrous starlight. Xiao Meng's expression changed drastically. An expression that had appeared on Li Wu's face previously appeared once again. Boom! In an instant, under the shocked gazes of everyone, the Merak sphere, along with Xiao Meng's body, heavily smashed into the ground below like a meteorite. Rumble, lightning intertwined, heavenly star explosion. Hundreds of millions of rocks instantly soared into the sky, and a terrifying energy exploded in an instant. The ground cracked, and the rocks were all crushed into powder. The aftermath of the frenzied airwaves swept in all directions, like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, causing the mountains to collapse and the earth to crack. Senior Brother Xiao Meng. Chapter 8:20. Rumble! The immortal viewing platform's ground cracked open like a volcano eruption. Boundless chaotic starlight waves swept out in all directions. Everywhere they went, the rocks broke inch by inch and surged into the sky like a swarm of locusts. Bang, bang, bang! The Heaven Imperial Court's people who came to help Xiao Meng were caught off guard. No one expected Chu Hen's move to have such a terrifying destructive power. They couldn't dodge in time and were sent flying while vomiting blood. The world shook and the sky lost its color. Merak annihilation, shattering Star River. This was the 6th level of the 7-star scripture, the strongest killing move of the Merak chapter. It compressed the power of the 7 stars to the maximum and instantly detonated it to form an extremely powerful destructive power. This power was even more terrifying than the combined power of the previous 5 killing moves. Rumble! The earth quaked and the mountains shook. Countless rocks turned into dust. Lung Lingyan, Su Lang, Lin Yumin, Yun He, and the others were all shocked. A violent shockwave spread out in all directions. Shortly after, a huge circular crater that was 100 meters deep appeared in everyone's eyes. The turbulent airwaves surged wantonly. Inside the sinkhole, a battered figure covered in blood, his clothes in rags, and his aura was so weak that it was almost gone. He lay there like a dead dog. Hiss! Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air. Shock! Absolute shock. The other people from the Heaven Imperial Court were already pale with fright when they saw the scene. Retreat! Aksengu hurriedly shouted. Is it Senior Brother Xiao Meng? Bai Nian hesitantly exclaimed. We can't save him, let's go. Immediately, Aksengu covered his chest with one hand and suppressed the raging blood in his body while turning around to leave. After a short moment of hesitation, Bai Nian and the others also left Xiao Meng and quickly left. Looking at the group from the Heaven Imperial Court fleeing, the people from the other forces more or less revealed looks of disdain. Humph, a bunch of cowards. Su Lang coldly snorted, but due to his own injuries, the people from Mount Kunliu did not pursue. Otherwise, with the Heaven Imperial Court's actions today, not a single one of them would leave alive. As the chaotic airflow calmed down, the crowd of people from the various forces also slowly regained their composure. But everyone's gaze towards Chu Hen became especially cautious. He was clearly only at the 4th level of the Earth Profound Realm, but he was so strong that he could casually kill someone at the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm. I'm sorry to inform you that you've lost. Chu Hen looked down at the dying Xiao Meng. If it was not for the saint-slicing axe blocking in front of him, Xiao Meng would have died from that attack. Hee hee hee! At this moment, Xiao Meng actually raised his blood-stained face and revealed a mouthful of cold, white teeth. Kill me! Don't think you'll have it easy either. Don't forget, the trip to the ancient desolate heaven domain isn't over yet. Someone will avenge me, ha 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 ha. Xiao Meng roared out the last sentence. He used the last bit of his strength to crawl up, and a violent and chaotic power flowed through his body. His hideous and twisted face was filled with ferocity. Not a bad last word. Chu Hen's gaze was as calm as water. Along with his indifferent voice, a ray of sword light swept out from the tip of his finger and instantly turned into a sharp sword pillar that fell down. Bang! A muffled sound rang out. Blood splattered everywhere, and Xiao Meng's body exploded into pieces. Everyone's pupils involuntarily trembled, and an indescribable chill crept into their hearts. They originally thought that Chu Hen would have some misgivings and let Xiao Meng go. After all, the strength of the Heaven Unified dynasty was there for all to see. However, they did not expect that the other party would still be so ruthless and decisive. Bang! Dust rose everywhere and mud and stones fell like rain. Whoosh! At the location where Xiao Meng died, a ray of light shot out and steadily landed in Chu Hen's hand. It was Xiao Meng's weapon, the Saint-Slicing Axe. Feeling the violent power within the Saint-Slicing Axe, ripples appeared in Chu Hen's eyes. This was a pretty good treasure. Are you all right? Chu Hen flashed in front of Lung Lingyan. The latter shook her head, and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly. Her clear eyes were surging with a faint expression. Then, the two of them landed on the cliff of a mountain, and the disciples of Mount Kunliu gathered. Senior Sister Lingyan, Junior Brother Chu Hen. Senior Brother Dan Zhen's injuries are very serious. Su Lang and Ling Tao held onto Dan Zhen's shoulders and said anxiously. Chu Hen frowned slightly. Because of him, the team had suffered a lot of losses in this battle. Almost half of the team had died, and everyone was injured. Chu Hen could not help but feel a little apologetic. This is the healing medicine that Hua Shuo left for me. Qi Ting, who was also covered in injuries, quickly took out a small jade bottle. I have it too, Lu Qi also said. It was not easy for Qi Tang and Lu Qi, who came from the 100 Kingdoms continent and entered the ancient desolate heaven domain because of Chu Hen, to be able to survive this kind of battle. However, after so many changes in battles, the two of them were also constantly growing and transforming. Let's use this. The effect of the 100-flower dew is milder. At this moment, a gentle female voice came from behind. Everyone was stunned at first. It was none other than the people from Heavenly Bamboo Peak and Yueyin, led by Lin Yumin. To be honest, the disciples of Mount Kunliu did not have a good impression of the people from Heavenly Bamboo Peak, but they liked Lin Yumin. After all, Lin Yumin was willing to help them when they were surrounded by enemies. Lung Lingyan nodded slightly and gestured to Su Lang. Su Lang then took the bottle from Lin Yumin's hand and took out a pill for Dan Zhen to consume. Thank you, Lung Lingyan said softly. You don't have to be so polite with me. Lin Yumin smiled and looked at Chu Hen. She then said to Lung Lingyan, when should we have a good chat? Sure, but I'm afraid we'll have to wait until we leave the ancient, desolate heaven domain. Okay, then you have to protect yourself. You too? After a simple chat, Lin Yumin was ready to leave with the group. However, just as she turned around, a deep voice stopped her. Junior Sister Lin, we still have other things to do. Oh! Lin Yumin turned around and looked at Yunhe. She was stunned at first, but she quickly understood what he was referring to. Not only her, but the people of Mount Kunliu also reacted instantly. The Tianai saber, the treasure of Yueyin, everyone cursed in their hearts. This Yin, he was really not a good person. Wasn't he trying to embarrass Lin Yumin by mentioning this now? If Chu Hen did not give it to them, who could do anything to him? Buzz. As soon as he finished speaking, Chu Hen's deep gaze landed on Yunhe. The latter's expression changed abruptly, and he trembled violently. He instantly regretted being a busybody. Chu Hen even dared to kill Xiao Meng. Why would he be afraid of Yunhe? Lin Yumin could also see that Chu Hen was a little unhappy. She immediately smiled and said, "The Tianai saber is no longer the Tianai saber of the past. When we return, I will report the situation to the higher-ups. When that time comes, I will pay a visit to Mount Kunliu. 1,000 years ago, the Tianai saber was the saber of the famous general of Yueyun, Bailey Qi. But now the Karma saber had already fused with the Dripping God spear, and coupled with the tempering from the geocentric crystal and immortal spirit nurture inkstone that were used to refine divine artifacts. Its might couldn't be compared to before. With Lin Yumin's knowledge, it was not difficult to see that the Tianai saber had been upgraded. Wait! Chu Hen called out to Lin Yumin, who was about to leave. Do you have any other advice? Just as you said, the Tianai saber is no longer the Tianai saber of the past. Chu Hen stared at the other party's clear and beautiful eyes and said resolutely, "So, even if you come again, I will not hand it over, merciless." The atmosphere became awkward. And then Lin Yumin raised her eyebrows slightly. She was not angry. On the contrary, Yunhe's expression darkened. He clenched his fists and said, "You don't go too far." However, Chu Hen did not look at Yunhe and continued, "And then I want to use this to exchange hua." With a flash of white light, everyone's eyes lit up. A blood-red coral appeared in Chu Hen's hand. Blood coral heart? One of the more knowledgeable Sky Bamboo Peak disciples blurted out, subconsciously, "What's a blood coral heart?" "It's a large-scale defensive treasure. Didn't we pass through a blood-red forest when we entered this immortal viewing platform? As long as the blood coral heart is planted in the ground, that kind of defensive forest will grow. So magical." Lin Yumin's eyes lit up with a trace of interest as she said softly, "To the sect, the blood coral heart is indeed a good thing. However, I'm not too sure if our sect master will agree to the exchange. You can give it a try. If it doesn't work, then come and find me to increase the price." Chu Hen's tone became much more relaxed. After all, facing such a gentlewoman like Lin Yumin, he really could not bring himself to hate her. All right then. With that, Lin Yumin reached out and took the blood coral heart from Chu Hen's hand. Then she asked with interest, "I wonder, what other good things did you get other than the blood coral heart?" Chu Hen smiled and raised his hand slightly, making a please gesture. Lin Yumin did not intend to stay any longer. After a simple farewell to Lung Lingyan, she immediately left with the people of Sky Bamboo Peak. "Junior brother Chu Hen, it's not worth it to exchange the blood coral heart for the Tianai saber." As soon as the people of Sky Bamboo Peak left, the people of Mount Kunliu let out a sigh of pity. "That's right. If you brought the blood coral heart back to our sect, the demon-slaying temple master would definitely help you keep the Tianai saber. What a pity. If we had the blood coral heart, the defense of our Mount Kunliu would definitely be impregnable, especially those poisonous insects raised by the blood refining hall. None of them would be able to fly in." However, Chu Hen only smiled and did not say anything. From his point of view, whether it was a loss or not, whether it was worth it or not, was not the same thing. As long as the Tianai saber was suitable for him, it was worth it. Of course, there was another reason for doing so. He did not want to put Lung Lingyan in a difficult position. Giving the blood coral heart to Lin Yumin was also a way for her to return and to thank her for helping Lung Lingyan. Lung Lingyan did not say anything, but she saw it and quietly said thank you to Chu Hen. The battle on the immortal prying platform was over. The people who gathered there left one after another. Meanwhile, on a cliff several miles away from the battlefield, two middle-aged men with calm auras were respectfully standing behind a young woman. It seemed that they had been standing there since the beginning. Even though their auras were calm, they were hidden so deeply. They sat on the mountain and watched the tigers fight, spying on everything. I didn't expect that Mount Kunliu would have such an extraordinary talent. A middle-aged man said in a deep voice. The other person asked, Miss Lon, was the immortal seal's spiritual tree taken by him? The young woman shook her head, confusion surging in her eyes. I don't know. His attainments in the art of runes are only at the level of an earth tattoo master. With his ability, it's absolutely impossible for him to pass through the 4 deaths of earth and heaven formation and take away the immortal seal's spiritual tree in such a short time. But the young woman paused and muttered softly, "This person gives me a feeling that I can't see through him." Since it's not him, shall we look elsewhere? Chapter 821. Senior Sister Ling Yan, Junior Brother Chu Hen, come quickly. Senior Brother Shan Zhen has woken up. In the tranquil mountain forest, a voice filled with excitement reverberated, causing a few small animals that were foraging for food nearby to turn around and run in fright. Following that, a series of rustling footsteps could be heard as several figures gathered under a towering tree. Shan Zhen, who was pale, looked at the surroundings and the crowd in confusion. I'm not dead yet. What nonsense are you talking about? Senior Brother Shan Zhen. Su Lang squatted beside him and patted his shoulder. We're safe now. Really? Where are those people? The enemies have all been taken care of by Junior Brother Chu Hen, who was standing behind him, said apologetically. I'm sorry if I had appeared earlier. You wouldn't have suffered such heavy injuries and lost so many brothers. Speaking of this, the people of Mount Kunliu couldn't help but sigh. There were 20 people in the team when they came, but now half of them had died, leaving only a dozen or so. Coupled with the fact that the entire team was injured, they stopped moving after leaving the immortal prime platform and rested here. Dan Zhen's eyes were slightly moved. It seemed like the people from the Liao clan and the Heaven Unified Dynasty had all fallen at Chu Hen's hands. She felt relieved in her heart, but at the same time, she was secretly shocked by Chu Hen's strength. You can continue resting. We still have to continue searching for the flying immortal hall, Lord, tomorrow morning. Lung Lingyan said. It had been a while since the ancient, desolate heaven domain opened, but the flying immortal hall, Lord, Qi Hanyu, and the blood refinement halls, Liao Qixio, were still nowhere to be found if they continued to delay like this. No one knew what would happen later on. For them, time was not on their side. Shan Zhen naturally understood the current situation and nodded. I understand. Soon after, the group dispersed to different places. Sentries, patrols, and pathfinders were all assigned. Night quickly fell, and a bonfire shone brightly in the dark forest. After a series of intense battles, everyone was extremely tired. All of them closed their eyes to rest or leaned against the trees to rest. Chu Hen sat alone on a rock not far away. His deep eyes gazed at the stars in the sky, as if he had thousands of thoughts running through his mind. What are you thinking about? A voice that was as gentle as a feather came from behind him. Her fair and slender hand gently patted his shoulder, and Lan Lingyan casually sat down beside Chu Hen. Chu Hen came back to his senses and faintly smiled. Nothing much. You won't tell me? Let me guess. Your eyes are filled with gentleness, and you have an inexplicable, silly smile on your face. You must be thinking of a girl. Chu Hen was taken aback and looked at him in surprise. Looks like I was right. Lan Lingyan's beautiful brows raised slightly as a complacent smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. You haven't seen each other for a long time, right? Yeah. Chu Hen heaved a sigh of relief, and the image of a beautiful woman with a heart as clear as ice appeared in his mind. Meng Cheng, are you all right? Chu Hen thought to himself. However, seeing that Chu Hen was lost in his thoughts again, Lan Lingyan pursed her lips in dissatisfaction. She wrapped her arms around her knees and said indifferently, I think she should be a very special woman. To me, special is enough. Chu Hen replied, All right, thank you for the day. Thank me for what? Lin Yuman, thank you for not making things difficult for her. Chu Hen smiled. It's nothing. I was the one who snatched the Tianai saber in the first place, so it's only right for me to compensate her with something. Oh, right. There's something I want to ask you. Chu Hen suddenly thought of something, and a hint of caution appeared on his face. Speak. Where did those 3 people come from? In Chu Hen's heart, the 2 middle-aged men with steady auras and astonishing strength, as well as the young woman who was a tattoo master. Those 3 people? Who? Lung Lingyan looked puzzled. It's the 3 people in the illusion. One of them made a move and easily destroyed a giant stone statue with the power of lightning, however. Lung Lingyan still looked puzzled. What are you talking about? Why don't I remember such a thing? Don't remember? Chu Hen was stunned. Didn't he? Could it be that it was just an illusion? But if it was an illusion, why did he remember it? Pfft. Just as Chu Hen was puzzled, Lung Lingyan couldn't help but laugh. Haha, I'm just teasing you. You fell for it, ha ha ha. You? This time, it was Chu Hen's turn to be confused. The corner of his mouth twitched, and he shook his head helplessly. To be honest, I always thought that you were a lady, but I didn't expect you to be so mischievous. Lung Lingyan shook her head proudly. Even a lady can joke. I'm already convinced by your acting skills. You're an actress who's been ruined by martial arts. I'll accept your compliment. Back and forth. Chu Hen realized that he couldn't win against her in an argument. This was a little awkward, and Chu Hen immediately turned back. You still haven't answered my question. They have a great background. Lung Lingyan also stopped joking around, and a trace of seriousness flashed across her eyes. If I'm not wrong, those 3 people should be from the Thunder Saint Palace. Thunder Saint Palace? These 3 words were like lightning, causing Chu Hen's heart to tremble slightly. It had to be said that it was a rather intimidating name. One of the top 10 forces in the Eastern Victory State? One of. Lung Lingyan shook her head. You underestimate the Thunder Saint Palace. Even if you say that the Thunder Saint Palace is the top of the top 10 forces, not many people would refute you. Top of? Chu Hen couldn't help but narrow his eyes, and couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. One of and top of were 2 completely different concepts. Unknowingly, he had already come into contact with such a colossal force. Tell me about it in simple terms. Chu Hen said, To be honest, before you came to the ancient, desolate heaven domain, you should have learned about this. Lung Lingyan looked at him with amusement, then softly explained to him. The Eastern Victory State is vast, vast and rich in resources. There are over 100,000 sects and forces of various sizes. Among the top 10 forces, there are the Myriad World Sect, the Palace of Jiuhua, and the Thunder Saint Palace. Since the beginning of the Eastern Victory State's prosperity, they have always been in the top 3 of the top 10 forces and have never fallen. Chu Hen nodded, indicating that he was listening. Lung Lingyan continued, The Myriad World Sect has always been the top of the top 10 forces. However, in recent years, the Thunder Saint Palace's strength has continued to grow, and they are now on par with the Myriad World Sect, or even surpassing them. Right now, the outside world is often arguing over who is the overlord of the province, between the Thunder Saint Palace and the Myriad World Sect. How powerful are the 3 sects? Chu Hen asked curiously. That's hard to say. Everyone has a different concept of power. I can only say that the leaders of the Myriad World Sect, the Thunder Saint Palace, and the Palace of Jiuhua have all reached the stage of eternal life and immortality. In the entire Eastern Victory State, no one can shake them. Eternal life, inextinguishable for 1,000 generations. The more Chu Hen listened, the more shocked he became. Just thinking about it made him feel the supreme power. In recent decades, the Thunder Saint Palace has become more powerful, and there are many outstanding geniuses among the younger generation. Lei Jixin and Lei Mingho, in particular, are rare. Both of them are born with the Thunder Soul Saint physique, and they can be said to be the best in the Eastern Victory State. Saint physique. When he heard these 2 words, Chu Hen's heart immediately set off a storm. This was the first time he heard of someone possessing a saint physique, since he entered the Eastern Victory State. His heart was filled with excitement as if lightning had struck him. The Eastern Victory State was huge, and there were indeed many geniuses. Chapter 8:22 Myriad World Sect, Thunder Saint Palace, Juhua Palace Eternal Life, inextinguishable for 1,000 generations, once in 1,000 years, outstanding, Thunder Soul Sacred Physique. As the words came out of Lang Lingyan's mouth, they were transmitted to Chu Hen's ears, causing him to have a better understanding of the victorious Eastern province. Seeing Chu Hen's shocked expression, Lang Lingyan patted his shoulder and said, "To be honest, in my eyes, one day you will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Lei Mingho, Lei Jixin, and the others. You are not inferior to them at all." Chu Hen smiled a little embarrassedly. "Senior sister, you think too highly of me. I come from a lowly background. How can I be compared to the outstanding talents of the great families?" Then Chu Hen suddenly asked, "Senior sister, what is Honesty Valley's ranking among the top 10 forces?" Lang Lingyan was slightly startled. She was a little surprised that Chu Hen would ask this question. After all, she did not know about what happened to Yao. After a moment of hesitation, Lang Lingyan's red lips parted slightly, and she said, "According to overall strength, Honesty Valley is ranked fifth. Fifth?" Chu Hen clenched his fist slightly. In other words, Honesty Valley's strength was only 2 levels away from the top 3. Without a doubt, it was a colossal existence in the victorious East State. Honesty Valley's Valley Master, Shinta Changkong, possesses one of the strongest profound bodies, the illusory sky profound body. When his strength explodes to the extreme, it is comparable to a saint body. He is an extremely powerful existence. There is also Honesty Valley's young Valley Master, Shinto Itian. He is also a monstrous genius whose name is known throughout the entire province. It is said that Shinto Itian is extremely shrewd, good at setting up traps, and has extremely strong control. Bang! Before Lang Lingyan could finish speaking, Chu Hen pressed his hand on the rock beneath him, and a clear palm print immediately formed under his palm. Lang Lingyan jumped in fright from Chu Hen's reaction. She sensed that a hint of cold, killing intent flashed past his eyes, and she immediately realized that her words had provoked him. "What are you doing?" "Sorry." Chu Hen heaved a deep sigh of relief. His expression relaxed, and he replied coldly, "That Wuwang Valley is just a shameless bunch who steal people's bloodline boundaries. You know about this?" Lang Lingyan was even more astonished. Chu Hen clearly didn't even know the main situation in the Victory East State, but he actually knew about Innocence Valley. The main lineage of Innocence Valley was born with the wedding dress mystic body. This bloodline boundary allows one to seize the bloodline power of others for their own use. Valley Master Shinta Changkong's illusory sky mystic body was stolen from others. However, after dozens of years, Innocence Valley had already announced to the public that they would no longer steal other people's bloodlines. Moreover, after such a long time, they had already washed their hands clean. Chu Hen sneered. Of course he knew. For the sake of attaining the saint physique, Shinta Itian had set up an enormous trap, and his actions of controlling Yao with the heavenly dusk pill and soul detachment powder was simply detestable to the extreme. "Senior sister, I need your help with something." Chu Hen looked at Lang Lingyan, his eyes revealing a sword-like determination. "Just say it. Immediately send a letter back to the demon-slaying Hall Master and ask him to send his disciples to investigate Innocence Valley's movements. But don't tell him that it's my request. Can I know the reason?" Lang Lingyan's clear eyes were like water as she asked gently, "I'll tell you when I find the people of Innocence Valley." But seeing that Chu Hen was so determined, Lang Lingyan didn't ask any more. She nodded. "Don't worry. Leave this to me." At this point, Chu Hen was more or less anxious. He had originally planned to wait until he completed the task of finding the flying Celestial Palace Master, Chi Hanyu, and then ask for her help to rescue Yao. After all, the success rate would be much higher this way. But time didn't allow him to delay any longer. His intuition told him that Yi Yao was getting closer and closer to danger. Even if he was alone, he had to go and support her. Hang in there, little Yao. Big brother Chu Hen will find you soon. Chu Hen said resolutely in his heart as he looked up at the sky. A shooting star streaked across the sky, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a beautiful spark. The next day, rustle, the sound of hurried footsteps on the grass caused Chu Hen, Lung Lingyan, and the others to open their eyes. Senior sister Lung, junior brother Chu Hen. I found the mark left by junior sister Fu Qin. Swish! Along with the excited shouts, a young figure drenched in sweat flashed over. He was holding a piece of fresh tree bark in his hand, and in the middle of the bark there was an image of a small sword carved. Let me see. Su Lang snatched the tree bark and examined it. Then his eyes lit up as he said, "It's indeed the mark left by Fu Qin." Everyone was overjoyed, especially Danjin, Qiting, and Lu Qi. "Where did you find it?" Chu Hen asked. "It's 60 kilometers ahead." The young man pointed in the direction they came from. "Let's go." Without any hesitation, Chu Hen immediately gave the order. After taking the healing medicine and resting for a night, the people of Mount Kunliu had recovered a lot of their energy. Even though Dan Zhen and a few others who were more seriously injured were still pale, it was not a problem. As long as they did not participate in the battle, there would not be any problems. Swish! 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 With Chu Hen and Lung Lingyan in the lead, everyone moved quickly in the forest. However, after moving for less than 10 kilometers, Chu Hen suddenly smelled a dangerous aura rapidly approaching. Instinctively, he stopped and yelled, "Retreat!" What happened? Hurry! Lung Lingyan also yelled. In an instant, everyone spread out subconsciously, like fireworks exploding in the sky. Boom! In the next second, a majestic black torrent surged forth, smashing a large area of trees and forests in front of them into pieces. The soil on the ground cracked layer by layer, and the violent power was like a tsunami. Wherever it went, everything was crushed into nothingness. Bang, bang, bang. The strong impact was earth-shattering, whistling over. Everyone on Mount Kunliu, who was caught off guard, was shaken out. Fortunately, they retreated in time, so they didn't suffer serious injuries. Chu Hen and Lung Lingyan retreated to the left and right respectively. They looked at each other with serious expressions. "Who are you?" "Hee." The cold laughter was full of undisguised hatred. In the darkness, more than a dozen figures with strong killing intent walked out from afar. "Little bastard! I've finally found you, you bastard!" "It's you!" In an instant, everyone on Mount Kunliu, including Chu Hen and Lung Lingyan, narrowed their eyes and showed a serious expression. The leader had long dark blue hair, a pale face, and the corners of his mouth were dark blue, as if he was smeared with poison. This person was none other than Liao Qixio, one of the leaders of Blood Refining Hall. Why was he here? Unexpected, astonishment, and a lot of uneasiness. Liao Qixio stared at Chu Hen fiercely, as if he wanted to tear him into pieces. "I've calculated everything, but I didn't expect you, an ant, to destroy the wall. Do you know how much I want to tear you into pieces?" He was so angry that he wanted to burn Chu Hen into ashes. Very soon, Chu Hen understood. In the battle at the fish stream, Mount Kunliu had obtained a complete victory. Although Wen Liang, the master of the Devil Slayer Palace, had killed Ho Lai and slaughtered everyone in the Blood Refinement Hall within 100 miles, there were definitely a few fish that slipped through the net in such a large-scale battle. After that, those fish that slipped through the net found Liao Qixio and told him what happened. It was obvious that Blood Refining Hall had the upper hand. But who would have thought that because of an inconspicuous Chu Hen they would lose the whole game? One could imagine how deep Liao Qixio's hatred for Chu Hen was. "Liao Qixio, where's the master of our flying celestial palace?" A disciple from Mount Kunliu asked sternly. "Humph." Liao Qixio smiled sinisterly. "Chi Hanyu, that old hag, is dead, what? Clang! As soon as he said that, everyone was enraged, as if they were struck by lightning. Their eyes were bloodshot. Don't talk nonsense. With your ability, how can you kill the master of our flying celestial palace? Su Lang roared angrily. Liao Qixu's face was full of disdain. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. I cut off that old hag Qi Hanyu's flesh piece by piece. I tortured her for 3 days and 3 nights before I chopped off her head. Nonsense! I'll fight it out with you today. As soon as he finished speaking, a furious disciple was about to rush forward. However, in the next moment, a green holy sword shadow flew over and blocked the disciple's path. Don't be impulsive. The master of the flying celestial palace is not with him at all. Chapter 8:23. Don't be impulsive. The leader of the flying celestial temple isn't with him at all. The cold and proud sword aura spread out like the autumn wind, sweeping away the fallen leaves, stirring up the gravel and leaves on the ground. Chu Hen extended 2 fingers with one hand and controlled the blue Ran sword from a distance. Sword shadows flowed around his body, like flickering light and passing shadows. His ice-cold eyes were like the edge of a sword as he stared at Liao Qixu in front of him. I don't believe a single word you said. Dan Zhen had said that before the team split up, Nongqi had sensed the aura of the leader of the flying celestial temple, Qi Hanyu. Moreover, there was another stranger's aura beside Qi Hanyu, and that aura did not originate from Liao Qixu. In other words, Liao Qixu had actually been separated from Qi Hanyu for some time. Not to mention the fact that the latter had met with misfortune. That's right, don't believe him. Dan Zhen quickly realized what the problem was. What does it matter if I believe him or not? Liao Qixu's lips curled into a cold and cruel smile. A bone-chilling aura surged out of his body, and a gray mist was released from his body. The gray mist lingered around Liao Qixu's body like thousands of dust particles dancing, and also like a mysterious, evil flame wantonly swaying. Lung Lingyan's expression changed as she muttered in a low voice, Nether aqua flame. Nether aqua flame? Chu Hen's eyes narrowed slightly. He had witnessed the battle between Liao Qixu and Qi Hanyu in the first battle with the blood-refining sect in the desolate city. The other party's nether aqua flame could even corrode true origin energy. It was definitely a very terrifying ability. Just a little bit of it would corrode one's bones and heart. Amidst the panic, it was filled with determination. Liao Qixu was in existence on the same level as the 3 Hall Masters. He was a genuine, heavenly profound stage powerhouse. He did not expect to encounter a ferocious tiger just 1 day after escaping from the wolf pack. Chu Hen, you know what to do. Lung Lingyan's expression was solemn, and her brows were furrowed with determination. At the same time, the Mount Kunlu disciples also showed their determination to cut off all means of retreat. Of course. Chu Hen's eyelids twitched. His aura did not decrease, but instead increased. He opened his mouth and said, Everyone listen to my orders. Immediately scatter and retreat. You. Lung Lingyan frowned. This is not the time to be a hero. I know, but I don't plan to die here. Buzz! As soon as he finished speaking, a transcendent sword aura gushed out. Chu Hen stretched out one hand, and the blue Ran sword immediately swept up a piercingly cold wave of air as it slashed towards Liao Qixu. Go! The deafening roar set off an invisible sound wave impact that swept in all directions. Everyone on Mount Kunlu was startled. It was obvious that Chu Hen's actions were completely different from what they were thinking. Similarly, even Liao Qixu was surprised. He originally thought that the people of Mount Kunlu would fight to the death and create a chance for Chu Hen to escape, but Chu Hen liked to do the opposite. Your courage makes me laugh at you, Liao Qixu's murderous aura sword. Then he lifted his leg and stomped on the ground. Bang! The ground trembled, and a shock wave soared into the sky. Thousands of crushed stones surged into the air and instantly turned into life-threatening, hidden weapons that surged toward Chu Hen. Buzz! In an instant, the blue Ran sword shone brightly, and its speed doubled. The sword radiance, lingering on the sword edge, smashed thousands of stones and went straight for the opponent's throat. Humph! Insignificant skill. Liao Qixu's fingertips flicked out a ray of gray light and hit the blue Ran sword. Bang! The sound waves collided, and the blue Ran sword was directly shaken out. Whoosh! However, at the same time, Chu Hen sacrificed the Tianai saber and leaped up. The cyclone crown between heaven and earth poured into his body like a whale. Chop! With a roar, a sky-opening saber radiance fell down, breaking the wind and waves, and fell on the dozens of disciples of the blood refining hall behind Liao Qixu. Damn it! The faces of the people behind Liao Qixu changed greatly, and they immediately realized Chu Hen's intention. Without saying anything, they immediately withdrew and flew back. Boom! The powerful saber radiance fell, the crushed stones collapsed, and the waves overlapped. Many disciples of the blood refining hall who were caught off guard were shaken to the point that their internal organs turned over, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Why don't you go? It's easier for me to escape alone. Chu Hen turned back and shouted to Lung Lingyan and others again. Obviously, the purpose of Chu Hen's action was to increase the chances of escape for the people behind him. After all, everyone was injured, and staying here would only cause more trouble. Lung Lingyan gritted her teeth and immediately said, "Disperse and evacuate!" Senior Sister Lingyan, cut the crap, go. But as soon as the voice fell, Liao Qixu stepped into the air, and the surging netherworld water flame rose like a black flame. He waved his arms, and the amazing power quickly gathered between his palms, forming a restless gray water mass. It's so naive and ridiculous. If I let you, a group of nonentities, escape, I, Liao Qixu, will be laughed at by the world. Then Liao Qixu put his palms together, and the gray light mass in the middle burst like a squeezed water ball. Bang! In an instant, a circle of gray light patterns swept in all directions, with Liao Qixu as the center. The mighty gray ripples caused the space to twist violently, and it was unstoppable. Chu Hen grasped the Tianai saber, and the sharp saber waves flowed along both sides. He chopped down with all his strength. Boom! The ferocious impact was comparable to the combined attack of thousands of raging bulls. A series of sparks flew, and Chu Hen's arms went numb, almost causing his weapon to fly out of his hands. Bang, bang, bang. Even though they tried their best to block the majority of the impact, the overwhelming gray light still touched the bodies of a few Mount Kunliu disciples. The netherworld water flame was like a poison that quickly wrapped around the bodies of those people. Their skin quickly turned a greenish purple, and it was an exceptionally terrifying sight. Ah! Screams rang out one after another. Dan Zhen, Su Lang, and the others were burning with anxiety, but they could not approach. Being touched by a trace of the netherworld water flame was destined to a miserable end. Just at this moment, an icy cold current spread out, and with a buzz, a strange purple flame appeared out of thin air between heaven and earth. The purple flame quickly wrapped around the few Mount Kunliu disciples who had been corroded by the netherworld water flame, and attached itself to the gray water flame and began to burn. The burning of the two flames caused them to turn pale with fright. But immediately after, something unbelievable happened. The sound of water vapor evaporating could be heard in the air, and the gray netherworld water flame was actually swallowed by the purple flame, quickly turning into nothingness. Immediately after, the purple flame also quickly separated and disappeared. The few Mount Kunliu disciples who had thought that they would die for sure had actually broken free from the shackles of death. Only a red burn mark was left on their skin that had come into contact with the netherworld water flame. This, after being shocked, everyone's gazes fell on Chu Hen. They saw that his entire body was enveloped in a demonic purple glow, and there was a purple glow in the depths of his handsome face. Chu Hen's flames could actually burn the netherworld water flame. Even Liao Qixu did not expect this. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his killing intent surged even more. No wonder even Holai would fall in your hands. You are indeed an extraordinary fellow. Buzz! Liao Qixu's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint, and the netherworld water flame that he emitted was like two wild dragons coming out of the sea, rushing towards Chu Hen. The gray light filled the sky, spreading out in all directions. With a thought, Chu Hen spread out his 5 fingers. Voila! The purple demonic flames rose up and surrounded his body, forming a fireball the size of a house. The netherworld water flame directly rushed forward, covering the surface of the fireball. The intense collision caused the space to tremble. Chu Hen used the purple fireball as a shield to resist the corrosion of the netherworld water flame. From afar, it looked like 2 domineering flames were intertwining. Although the solitary burning demonic flame was strong, Liao Qixu was a profound sky realm expert. His various abilities were not something that the current Chu Hen could contend against. The gray water flame quickly poured into the purple fireball, and there was no way to block it. Senior Sister Lung, what do we do? The people from Mount Kunliu were anxious. In this situation, they could neither stay nor leave. Without waiting for Lung Lingyan to think of a way to deal with it, the netherworld water flame covering the purple fireball became incomparably sharp, like a layer of steel plate covered with nails. How can the power of floaters shake a tree? The cold wind whistled, and the killing intent surged. Liao Qixu stretched out his 5 fingers and pointed at the place where Chu Hen was. Kill! Buzz! He turned his wrist and closed his 5 fingers. The powerful gray light directly launched an irresistible crushing force towards the center of the purple fireball. Bang! The purple fireball immediately exploded in the middle. The demonic flames splashed and were instantly crushed. The tide-like netherworld water flame all rushed towards Chu Hen. A cruel smile appeared on the faces of Liao Qixu and the people from the blood refining hall. The people from Mount Kunliu turned pale with fright. Suddenly, at the critical moment, the spirit tattoo between Chu Hen's eyebrows flashed. Accompanied by the vast Reiki energy, a group of gorgeous crystal brilliance burst out from Chu Hen's body. There seemed to be a strange, dazzling tree shadow outside his body. Then, the dazzling light exploded like a star, expanding rapidly. Boom! The netherworld water flame surrounding Chu Hen was all blown away and repelled. Whoosh! The wind swept away the clouds, and the mountains and rivers roared. His 2 consecutive attacks were resolved by Chu Hen, which made Liao Qixu's killing intent rise again. It's almost over. Boom! The majestic power of an expert in the profound sky realm poured out, and the storm roared. Chu Hen suddenly felt an unprecedented great pressure. He had underestimated the power of an expert in the profound sky realm. Once Liao Qixu exerted his full strength, no one could escape unscathed. Thunder rolled, the tide rolled, and the surrounding trees and vegetation were all uprooted. Liao Qixu looked at the panicked faces of the people from Mount Kunliu. Chapter 824. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Yes. Liao Qixu gave the order, and all the disciples of the blood refining hall released a strong and cold killing intent. They rushed to the people of Mount Kunliu like fierce wolves and tigers. Chu Hen's face changed. He raised his momentum and waved the Tianai saber to intercept. Humph! However, the next moment the storm stacked up. Liao Qixu directly left a residual shadow on the spot and immediately flashed to the front of Chu Hen. The netherworld water flame outside his body rose like an evil fire. His hands moved back and forth. The strength gathered into a palm and hit toward Chu Hen. In a hurry, Chu Hen hurriedly put the Tianai saber in front of him and used the saber to meet the opponent's palm strength. Bang! The amazing power surged down, and the fierce, muffled sound spread. The silver light burst. Chu Hen flew out as if he was hit by a heavy force. Bang, bang. He broke 2 strong trees in a row before he could stop falling. His arms trembled and his chi and blood rose. Chu Hen gritted his teeth. The purple light surged in his pupils and his face was frosty. But immediately after, surging waves of gray light attacked from all directions. The pressure originating from a sky-profound realm expert caused Chu Hen's shoulders to feel as if he was carrying a mountain boulder, making it hard for him to move. "Do you still want to fight like a trapped beast?" Liao Qixio stared at Chu Hen as if he was looking at a dying man. "Junior brother, Chu Hen, go quickly. Don't care about us anymore. You still have to go back to take over the position of the head." The people of Mount Kunliu had been besieged by the people of the Blood Refining Hall. They were already injured, so they immediately showed signs of defeat. "Hey, it turns out to be the new head of Mount Kunliu. That's really disrespectful." Liao Qixio's voice was light, and Indigo's lips curled into a cruel smile. Then a ruthless glint flashed in her eyes, and she shouted in a low voice, "Turn to ashes!" Chu Hen's pupils trembled slightly. Rumble. In a split second, with him as the center, the surroundings suddenly rose into the sky, and the deep water curtain pounced towards Chu Hen. At the same time, it suddenly became sharp, and rows of sharp steel spikes and saw-teeth appeared front, back, left, right. Chu Hen had nowhere to escape. Liao Qixio seemed to have already seen Chu Hen's miserable state. Even so, the hatred in his heart was still intense. Dying like this is considered letting you off lightly. Whoosh! Suddenly, at this moment, an unprecedentedly powerful aura swept towards them. The heavens and the earth were overshadowed. At the critical moment, a sword pillar that was like a divine light pierced through the layer of clouds in the sky, and it shot down like a startling swan. What? Liao Qixio suddenly raised his head, and the light released by the ruthless sword light made Chu Hen's face pale. The fear formed at that moment became his last expression. Boom! With a loud sound, the peerlessly powerful sword light directly hit Liao Qixio's body like a punishment from heaven. The space shook, and the airwaves spread all over the sky. Ah! After a hasty and short scream, blood rained down. The ground below was like a blooming flower. Rocks piled up and collided with each other, and the terrible airwaves swept out. Once again, the people of the Blood Refining Hall were shaken to spit out blood and staggered. The sudden change caught everyone off guard. Bang! The gray light screen that was rushing towards Chu Hen also collapsed in an instant, breaking into pieces. In Mount Kunliu, all the people of the Blood Refining Hall were stunned and widened their eyes. They saw that in the area where Liao Qixio was, there was a huge pit formed by the sword chi. In the ruins, Liao Qixio was covered with blood, and his eyes were wide open. He lay on the ground motionlessly. Fresh blood flowed out, filling up the gaps. On his body, there was a bloody hole running through his heart. What? All the people were stunned. Suddenly, a sword light flew out of nowhere and killed Liao Qixio, who was an expert in the profound sky realm. Was it a dream, or was it an illusion? Even though they saw it with their own eyes, they were still at a loss. Such a scene was really a terrible nightmare for the people of the Blood Refining Hall. In a moment of silence, the people of the Blood Refining Hall turned around and fled in panic, as if they had seen a ghost. They didn't even dare to understand what was going on. Swoosh! At this time, Chu Hen looked up at the sky and saw a vague figure flying by. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a black spot and disappeared. That was... Chu Hen raised his eyes and was slightly stunned. The outline of the figure was a little similar. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, another figure quickly traversed the void and flew over the crowd. Master of the Flying Fairy Temple. It's the Master of the Flying Fairy Temple. A disciple of Mount Kunliu exclaimed loudly, and his voice was full of excitement. What? The Master of the Fairy Temple. Everyone fixed their eyes on her. As expected, The elegant, and beautiful figure was the master of the fairy temple, Chihanyu, master. Here. The crowd hurriedly shouted loudly and waved their hands in excitement. He had really worn out iron shoes in fruitless searching. He had never expected to meet the flying fairy palace lord here. However, when they heard the name of the master of the fairy temple, the people of the blood refining hall all trembled and ran faster. Master! The mood of the people of Mount Kunliu was like a wave, and the contrast was especially big. But to their surprise, the master of the fairy temple, Chihanyu, didn't even lower her head as if she didn't hear their call. Instead, she directly went back to the direction where the figure in front of them disappeared. What was going on? The crowd was confused again and looked at each other. Didn't the master see us? Impossible. We were so loud. That's strange. Why did she ignore us? Who was that person? Did he kill Liao Qixio? Why did he help us? It seems that the master is chasing him. Damn it. I don't want to think about it anymore. My head hurts. This sudden turn of events and this series of questions caused the minds of the people of Mount Kunliu to be in a mess. It was difficult for them to calm down quickly. Damn it. Let the people of the blood refining hall escape. I'll get rid of them. Su Lang's eyes were filled with killing intent. No need, Lung Lingyan stopped him and said faintly. Liao Qixio and Ho Lai are already dead. The few people left won't amount to anything. Don't bother about them. The few of them nodded, and the hostility they emitted was reduced slightly. How are you? Are you hurt? Lang Lingyan looked at Chu Hen with a trace of softness in her eyes. Chu Hen shook his head with a slightly gloomy look. He then walked to the deep pit in the ruins in front of him and beside Liao Qixio's body. Looking at the lifeless body, Chu Hen slowly squatted down and focused on the only wound. Then his eyes narrowed and his lips moved slightly as he murmured in a low voice. Chapter 8:25. What a sharp sword technique. He killed Liao Qixio with one strike. Even if it was a sneak attack, the flying celestial temple master might not have been able to kill Liao Qixio so easily. Who exactly is that person? In the rubble, the people from Mount Kunliu surrounded Liao Qixio's corpse and discussed in low voices. He was one of the leaders of the blood-refining sect and a famous figure in the Eastern Victory State. They did not expect him to be killed in such a desolate place. He must have felt puzzled and unwilling at the moment of his death. He did not even see the appearance of the person who killed him before he died. If news of this spread, it would be embarrassing. Chu Hen stared at Liao Qixio's fatal wound and fell silent for a while. Then he stood up and looked in the direction where the mysterious person and the flying celestial temple master disappeared. I think I know who that person is, Chu Hen muttered to himself with a complicated look in his eyes. Lang Lingyan, who was standing behind him, seemed to have noticed it. She looked up and was about to say something, but stopped herself. Chu Hen turned to look at her. Their eyes met as though they were conveying a kind of affirmation. Lang Lingyan's eyes lit up, and an unconcealable joy appeared on her beautiful face. Chu Hen smiled and said, "Let's go." Where to first? Since the flying celestial temple master is safe, we don't have to continue looking for her. After all, we can't catch up with her with our speed, Chu Hen said. Then let's look for Fuqin, Hua Shui, and the rest first. Dan Zhen said. All right. Chu Hen gave his affirmation. Then he waved his hand, and a ball of purple flame gushed out and jumped onto Liao Qixio's corpse. The demonic flame danced coldly and domineeringly, instantly turning Liao Qixio's corpse into nothingness, ashes to ashes, dust to dust. The two leaders of the blood-refining sect, Ho Lai and Liao Qixio, were annihilated in the ancient Desolation Heaven territory. They did not stay here for long. They continued to move forward according to the marks left by Fuqin. On the other side of the forest, a large tree with lush foliage was entangled with thick vines. The long vines intertwined and connected, forming a natural vine bridge. Swish! There was a slight airflow, and a few leaves slowly fell. 3 figures suddenly appeared on the empty vine bridge. Miss Lan, if I'm not wrong, the mysterious person who killed Liao Qixio is most likely. Gong Yongyu, a middle-aged man said in a deep voice. Gong Yongyu, the sect master of Mount Kunliu, had gone missing 20 years ago, and there had been no news of him since then. The young lady nodded slightly. Her red lips parted slightly as she said, before Gong Yongyu went missing, he was already a renowned expert in the victorious Eastern Prefecture. After 20 years, his strength and cultivation have far surpassed the past. Once this trip to the ancient desolate Heaven Domain ends, Mount Kunliu will be one of the top 10 factions in the prefecture. In that case, we still need Gong Yongyu to regain his authority. Otherwise, the Kunliu mountain peak will only be considered a second-rate power, a second-rate force. In the entire Victory East region, the number of sects that dared to treat Mount Kunliu as a second-rate force could be counted on one hand. However, the expressions of these 3 people were especially calm from the beginning to the end. In fact, there was even a hint of frivolity in their tones. There was only one reason. Behind them was the Thunder Saint Palace. Where are we? After a day of non-stop travel, Chu Hen, Lung Lingyan, and the others finally arrived at a sky province city. They stood at the peak of a mountain as they looked ahead. It was a luxurious palace. All of the buildings were made of gold and jade, and they were made of glazed bricks and tiles. The jade palaces shone brightly under the sunlight like architectural treasures. They were far better than the emperor's palaces outside. What a beautiful place! I'm afraid even the celestial palace is nothing more than this. Everyone exclaimed. I think we've arrived at the 7-star city, Lang Lingyan said. Oh. Chu Hen was slightly stunned. He was quite sensitive to the words 7-star. What kind of place is this? I'm not too sure about the specifics. After all, the ancient desolate Heaven Domain only opens once every 1,000 years. Moreover, every time it opens, there would be an unknown change in the internal structure. However, as the name suggests, it's most likely related to the Big Dipper. 7-star. For some reason, the first thing that came to Chu Hen's mind was the 7-star Saint Scripture and the 7-star Soul Pearl. 1,000 years ago, the 7 Souls Nation in the 100 Nations continent rose to power with the help of the 7-star Soul Pearls and became the leader of all nations. If it was not for the Azura sect, Illusory Rain sect, and Otherworldly Spirit sect joining hands with the Heavenly Cloud Manor and the Imperishable Pavilion, the 7 Souls Nation would have conquered the entire 100 Nations continent. If you thought about it carefully, the prosperity of the 7 Souls ancient kingdom might have something to do with the ancient, desolate Heaven Domain. Let's go. Let's go in and take a look. Then everyone flew up and headed toward the 7-star city in front of them. The glorious and luxurious city was forged into a city that was as bright as the stars. Before they even crossed the city, an unprecedented, luxurious aura blew toward them. The magnificent buildings and pagodas were dazzling and dazzling, showing off their nobility. The 7-star city was extremely vast. The buildings and fortresses that stretched as far as the eye could see were pleasing to the eyes. However, when they got close to the central area, they were shocked to find that the sky above the area was gloomy and gloomy. Moreover, there were all sorts of chaotic energy, fluctuations surging in front of them. There's a battle going on over there, Su Lang said in a deep voice. Dan Jun's eyes narrowed, and her expression was solemn. It's not just a few people. Boom! Bang! When Chu Hen and the others arrived at the central area, the first thing that entered their eyes were the 7 magnificent, godlike pavilions. These 7 pavilions were grand and luxurious. They towered into the clouds, and they were arranged in the order of the Big Dipper. There were also many magnificent buildings in the surroundings, but none of them could be mentioned in the same breath as the 7 jade buildings. However, in this place that was comparable to a divine palace, a series of intense battles were taking place. Smoke rose from all directions as the people from various forces began to fight. Scram! I found this saint armor first. A furious roar pierced everyone's ears, along with a soaring evil aura. A sturdy man instantly transformed into a ferocious tiger. Those who block me shall die. Hiss, hiss. On the east side, there was a bone-chilling cold air current. A several 100-meter-long giant snake coiled around the top of a tall tower. It flicked its long tongue in and out, and its vertical snake eyes issued a warning. If you don't want to die, then hand over the Star Rain sword that you just obtained. More than 10 ruthless people surrounded a thin and weak figure and shouted angrily, "Humph, you want to take the Star Rain sword from my hands with just these few people?" The thin and weak figure was not someone to be trifled with. As soon as he finished speaking, a merciless sword force erupted. In an instant, sword chi flew in the sky and human figures flickered, along with the sharp whistling sound of sword chi. Blood rained down, and corpses fell from the sky, smashing into puddles of meat paste. It's really chaotic. Looks like we missed the first opportunity. Kun Lu Shan and the others landed on a 100-meter-tall rooftop and stopped. At a glance, the range of the chaotic battle was quite wide, and there were many people with powerful auras among them. Before figuring out the specific situation, if they rashly participated, they would definitely be asking for trouble. Are these people fighting for treasures? It looks like it. Fu Qin and the others are here? As soon as the voice fell, Chu Hen could not help but raise his eyebrows, and a smile appeared on his face. They're here. Oh! Everyone was startled. Before they could react, a burst of rapid airflow was caught by everyone. They saw a few afterimages flashing through the air, heading straight for them. Chu Hen, Senior Sister Ling Yan. Chapter 8:26. They're here! As soon as Chu Hen finished speaking, a wave of rapid air surged over, and then a few figures flashed over swiftly. Chu Hen, Senior Sister Ling Yan. You finally found this place. The voice that was filled with pleasant surprise was extremely familiar. It was Nong Chi who possessed a formidable perception. Whoosh! The dust on the high platform dispersed, and a few familiar faces appeared before the group from Mount Kun Lu's group. Nong Chi, Fu Qin, Jishu, and the sect leader of Thousand Crane Sect, Qizhang. It's great to see all of you. Joy surged out of Chu Hen's eyes when he saw the 4 of them were safe and sound, and then he asked, "Where's the others?" Besides these 4 people, there ought to be Haozi, Mu Feng, and Hua Shui, but at this moment they were nowhere to be seen. Don't worry, they're fine. They're much luckier than us. Qizhang raised his head slightly and smiled. Oh, everyone was stunned, and then they revealed a puzzled expression. They're over there. Fu Qin turned around and pointed at the 7 majestic and imposing pavilions that were arranged in the Big Dipper's position at the center of 7 Star City. Pavilion Master Mu Feng is at the Migres Pavilion. Senior Brother Zhou Hao is at the Alioth Pavilion. Hua Shui is at the Merak Pavilion. Fu Qin pointed at 3 pavilions in succession as he spoke. Everyone was even more puzzled. Chu Hen and Lang Lingyan couldn't help but look at each other, and then the latter smiled lightly. Looks like something interesting happened before we arrived here. Tell me the details. Yes. Fu Qin nodded respectfully, and then he explained in detail. After we split up with Senior Brother Shanjin that day, we originally wanted to meet up with him first. However, Nong Chi sensed the aura of the Master of Flying Celestial Palace halfway. After weighing the pros and cons, we decided to search for the Master of Flying Celestial Palace first. When he spoke up to hear, Fu Qin glanced at Dan Jin apologetically. Dan Jin smiled and nodded to indicate that Fu Qin didn't do anything wrong. If it was anyone else, they would put the overall situation first. But for some unknown reason, no matter how we sent out our sex signal, the Flying Immortal Temple Master refused to meet up with us. Moreover, there's no pattern to her movements, as if she's chasing someone. Fu Qin said in confusion. Nongqi added, I sensed another unfamiliar aura apart from the flying immortal hall master. Everyone nodded. Chu Hen and Lung Lingyan weren't too surprised. After all, both of them were already aware of this. Unfortunately, we still lost him in the end. Later on, we came to this 7-star city by chance. Fu Qin paused for a moment, looked around at the surroundings where fierce battles were taking place, and said, As you can see, 7-star city can be said to be filled with treasures. Almost every single jade building has all sorts of spirit treasures hidden within it. People from various powers have come here to fight over the treasures of 7-star city. Boom! The majestic and chaotic chi waves spread out wantonly, causing the sky to lose its color. Among the various battles, there were teams fighting against each other, and there were also solo heroes fighting against each other. Blood splashed into the blue sky, and corpses covered the ground. However, there was no sign of stopping. The 7-star city was like a huge treasure bowl. It was exposed to the greedy gazes of many people. However, among so many palaces and buildings, the 7 most magnificent jade pavilions were the most precious treasures. Oh, at this moment, everyone's curiosity was piqued. Their eyes were filled with anticipation as they looked at Fu Qin, Qizhang, and the others. What's in those 7 pavilions? Danjin asked. Fu Qin and Qizhang looked at each other, and the latter said in a calm voice, Star Realm. Star Realm? Chu Hen's face was filled with astonishment. What's this? It should be the same as the flying immortal profound realm, right? Lung Lingyan asked tentatively. Senior sister Lingyan is indeed smart. Fu Qin nodded. Fu Qin nodded his head and gave his affirmation. Pavilion, every pavilion hides a star realm. Within that secret realm, there is an extremely shocking and mysterious power. Then why don't all of you go in? Dan Zhen asked casually. Qizhang smiled and answered awkwardly. Only one person can enter each star realm. In other words, there are only 7 people who can enter. 7 people? Wush Sulang, Ling Tao, and the others were in an uproar. There were so many powerhouses from 7-star city, but Mount Kunliu actually snatched away 3 spots? This was really unexpected. Even Chu Hen was very surprised. Mouse and Mu Feng occupying one of the spots was not too surprising. The former had a meticulous mind and great wisdom that appeared to be slow-witted. He was very clear about the situation and would adopt a corresponding strategy. As for Mu Feng, ever since he awakened the bloodline limit of the Sword Devil Profound Body, his heart was filled with ruthlessness. This ruthlessness could also allow him to obtain what he wanted in such a situation. However, other than her exquisite and powerful medical skills, Hua Shue's combat value was almost negligible. It was difficult to imagine how Hua Shue broke through the tight encirclement and seized the qualification to enter the star realm from the crowd of experts. Qizhang noticed the bewilderment of everyone, and then he said with a smile, Speaking of which, that little girl Hua Shue is really interesting. Everyone else fights to enter the secret realm, but only she was forcefully dragged in by the secret realm. What? Everyone didn't understand. It's like this. At the beginning, these 7-star pavilions didn't appear. The chaotic battle triggered the restriction of this place, and from there, the 7-star towers were summoned one after another. When the first 6-star towers appeared, the battle was so intense. The few of us were fighting to be the first, fearing that we wouldn't be able to catch up, but that girl just had to hide far away. She even kept saying that her life was more important, and that she wasn't married yet. When they spoke up to hear, they didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But this was indeed Hua Shue's style. It just so happens that the place where Hua Shue hid just happened to be the place where the Merak Pavilion appeared. Before the others could react, she had inexplicably entered the pavilion. Jishu smiled and covered her mouth as she laughed. This, after listening to Jishu's story, Chu Hen, Lung Lingyan, and the others could not help but laugh. As the saying goes, fortune favors fools. This was most likely the meaning of this. Of course, Hua Shui was not a fool. She was just a little less competitive than the others. But the god of luck was still on her side. Although Fu Qin, Jishu, and the others did not enter the Star Pavilion's secret realm, they also had a great harvest. From the intensity of the true origin energy in their bodies, it could be determined that their cultivation base and strength had greatly increased. The battle continued. Looking at the chaotic seven-star city, the group from Mount Kuan Lu quietly watched the changes and temporarily did not participate in it. Lang Lingyan began to tell Fu Qin, Jishu, and the others about the unforeseen events that had happened these days. This included the battle at Fish Water Stream, Nangong Chen's betrayal, and Chu Hen's efforts to turn the tide, and was announced as the next sect leader of Mount Kunlu by the Devil Slayer Palace Master. Then they met Shan Zhen on the Celestial Prime platform and encountered Liao Qixio's attack. After listening to this, Fu Qin and the others could not help but sigh. At the same time, the way they looked at Chu Hen became much hotter. It seemed that bringing Chu Hen back to Mount Kunlu was the right decision. On the observation platform, Chu Hen stood at the edge of the platform. The waves of air produced by the chaotic battle rushed towards him continuously. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and his hair danced with the waves. Chu Hen's gaze rested on the 7-star pavilions in front of him for a long time. Every star pavilion glowed brightly. Cyclones flowed on the outer walls, swallowing and spitting out traces of silver light. Even in the daytime, they were as bright as crystal pillars, shrouded in a myriad of divine splendor. The land of the star realm, Chu Hen muttered to himself softly. In his heart, he secretly wondered what was inside. Previously at Mount Kunlu, Chu Hen's cultivation base had increased greatly in the mysterious realm of the Flying Immortal. He had also obtained the sect's strongest technique, the one-sword flying immortal technique. However, the 7-star city was not something that Mount Kuan Lu could compare to. The star secret realm was also not something that the mysterious realm of the Flying Immortal could compare to. For Mu Feng, Haozi, and Hua Shui, this was also a fortuitous encounter. "Thank you." A figure with a steady aura walked to Chu Hen's side. Chu Hen was stunned at first. He asked in confusion, "Why do you say that, sect leader Qi Zhang?" Qi Zhang smiled. "If it wasn't for you, how could I have witnessed the cruelty of the ancient, desolate heaven domain? Compared to it, the 100-nation state is really too peaceful." Chu Hen also smiled and his eyelids twitched. "Sect leader Qi Zhang has broken through his previous realm, right? Congratulations. I'm still lacking compared to you," Qi Zhang said indifferently. His eyes revealed a hint of calmness as he looked ahead. The reason he chose to come here was so he could break free from the shackles in his heart and pursue a higher state of mind. Others might not be able to figure out what Qi Zhang had comprehended during his stay in the ancient, desolate heaven domain. However, one could see from his eyes that were more determined than before that he had indeed gained something. With a simple thank you to express his gratitude, Qi Zhang had also redefined Chu Hen's position in the ancient, desolate heaven domain. Rumble. Suddenly, a majestic and violent star energy appeared in the sky above the area in front of them. Waves of air rose and the wind howled. Countless silver whirlpools gathered together like a nebula vortex. They rapidly compressed and instantly formed an extremely dense ball of energy. Chapter 8:27. Merak Kill, Shattering Star River. The surging nebula airwaves covered the sky and gathered in the void. Tens of thousands of silver light swirls gathered together and formed a shockingly dense energy sphere. What was that? Chu Hen, who was on the high platform below, could not help but be startled. Some astonishment surged onto his face. Isn't that Junior Chu Hen's technique? It's exactly the same. Behind them, Mount Kunliu's group was also attracted by this sudden scene. They looked up at the sky in front of them, their hearts filled with confusion. Boom! Bang! The next moment, the peerless Merak power sphere collided head-on with the two bright and solid rainbows like a meteorite from outer space. In an instant, the aftermath of the soaring airwaves swept across the sky, and the three violent forces wantonly tore at each other. Many buildings collapsed, and many people in the vicinity were forced to retreat by the powerful aftershock. Immediately after, the three figures flew backwards from the raging energy wave. One of them was tall and sturdy. He wore a silk robe and had a jade crown on his head. Silver starlight surrounded his body. Humph, Li Hanxiong. Even if the two of you join forces, what can you do to me? The man clenched his fist. The seven-star power around him was like a sacred flame, and he exuded an innate noble aura. Of the two people in front of him, one was skinny and had a gloomy gaze. There was a pattern of a flaming cloud on his clothes. The other person's aura was even colder. The most eye-catching part was his right arm. His right arm was covered in sharp claws. It was not a human limb. Someone from the Immortal Pavilion? A disciple from Mount Kunliu behind, Chu Hen said casually. It should be. Only those freaks from the Immortal Pavilion like to graft the limbs of demonic beasts onto their own bodies. Their strength is strengthened, but they are neither human nor ghost. That person seems to be from the Heavenly Cloud Manor. The speaker did not mean it, but the listener thought it. When he heard the names Immortal Pavilion and Heavenly Cloud Manor, Chu Hen already had an answer. At the same time, the interest between Chu Hen's brows turned into faint contempt. Hey, Yen Ludong, are you still dreaming of being an emperor? Why don't you take a look at yourselves? The Heavenly Cloud Manors, Li Yi sneered. The Immortal Pavilion's Han Xiong smirked disdainfully. I heard that a few months ago, the Seven Souls Mansion base you set up in Kongyu City was destroyed by a nobody. Congratulations. Haha, shut your dog mouth. The man called Yen Ludong's expression turned grave immediately. His eyes looked as though they were about to spit fire. On a tall building several hundred meters behind Yen Ludong, a beautiful young woman with a noble aura stood in front of a dozen figures with strong cultivation bases. Her face was covered in frost. Every time she recalled what happened in Kongyu City, her heart would be filled with hatred. In the depths of her memory, she could never forget that cold and merciless figure. That enemy she could never forget had massacred the entire Seven Souls Mansion in Kongyu City, including the Alcade Star Spirit Envoy, Alcade King Yen Qishan, and the third prince Yen Yunan. All of them had died in that person's hands in front of her. That person was none other than the descendant of the Seven Souls Nation's imperial family and the current Seven Souls Mansion's fourth princess, Yen Rong. What? Are you desperate enough to jump over the wall? Li Yi said disdainfully. A hint of madness suddenly surged in the Immortal Pavilion's Han Xiong's eyes. Today, I'll eliminate all of you who escaped the net in Seven Star City. As for your great cause of restoring your nation, you can wait for your next life. The moment his words left his mouth, two surging auras surged out of their bodies. Yen Ludong frowned slightly. However, before he could make a move, at this moment, there was a rumble of thunder that shook the 9 heavens. The Jade Tower on the Mizar Star, one of the 7 magnificent star towers, suddenly shone with extraordinary splendor. The pure and holy light scattered in all directions, gorgeous and dazzling. Everyone in Seven Star City was shocked. In the next instant, a majestic aura swept out. Swoosh! Subsequently, a ray of light phantom shot out from the radiant Jade Tower, leaving a trail of sparks in the air. It traversed the sky, revealing its sharpness like a sharp sword. A cold and merciless, dangerous aura instantly enveloped Li Yi from the Heavenly Cloud Manor. The latter's contracted pupils reflected the incoming silver light. Bang! With a muffled sound, the flowing light phantom accurately struck Li Ye's body. Blood splattered everywhere, and internal organs splattered everywhere. Li Yi didn't even have the time to scream before he was torn into pieces. Its eldest royal brother, Yan Rong, who was in the pavilion behind, shouted in surprise. After killing Li Yi with one strike, the ray of light didn't slow down and attacked the immortal pavilion's Han Xiong on the other side. The latter's face was filled with horror. He reached out with his scaly arm and grabbed at the opponent. Buzz! The air trembled and the space shook. Han Xiong's arm suddenly fell into a state of stillness. A slender palm firmly grasped the opponent's elbow. Ta! Immediately after, a second hand quickly grabbed Han Xiong's shoulder. Not good. Han Xiong had a bad feeling. His eyes widened, and a slightly effeminate face appeared in front of him. Yan, Jinbei, what can I do for you? The effeminate and handsome man smiled evilly, looking especially cruel. Bang! Along with his voice, scarlet blood splattered. Han Xiong's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. His scaly arm was forcefully pulled off by the former. His flesh was still attached to his tendons, and his bones could clearly be seen. The crowd who witnessed all this couldn't bear to look straight at it. How ruthless! Dan Zhen of the Mount Kunliu team said. The intense pain caused Han Xiong's face to contort. Yan, Jinbei, I'll kill you. That depends on whether you're qualified or not. The effeminate and handsome man's hand turned into a palm blade. His palm was covered in a layer of silver starlight. With a flash of light, a round head flew out and was immediately separated from the body. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, he had killed 2 experts. His ruthlessness had stunned many of the people in the room. Immediately, the surrounding people instinctively retreated a few steps, not daring to provoke him. Eldest royal brother, why did you come out of the sun opening star realm so quickly? Yan Ludong asked as he stepped forward. 7 star towers, 7 spots, one could only enter once. Logically speaking, the longer one stayed in the star secret realm, the more benefits one would receive. However, it was a waste for the other party to come out so quickly. Yan Jinbei looked up slightly. His eyes were filled with arrogance. We have something more important to do. Yan Ludong narrowed his eyes. He immediately understood what the other party was referring to and nodded tacitly. It's him. Suddenly, a sharp cry that was filled with hatred reverberated through the heavens and the earth, and everyone's attention was attracted by this sudden voice. Chapter 828. It's him. He's there. Eldest brother, second brother, it's him. He killed third brother and uncle. The hurried and hateful voice reached everyone's ears, and it was so ear-piercing. Everyone was shocked. All eyes were on Yan Rong. She clenched her fists so tightly that her knuckles turned white. From her trembling body, one could tell that she was extremely agitated. She pointed at a wide, elevated platform. In front of the dozen people on the platform, a slender young figure stood out like a startled swan in the crowd. He was calm but exuded an extraordinary temperament. It's him, eldest brother. Kill him quickly to avenge third brother. Boom! In an instant, the people from the Seven Souls Palace seemed to have been struck by lightning. They all released a strong killing intent. At the same time, even the people from Mount Kunliu were stunned. Was this a misunderstanding? But looking at Yan Rong's eyes, which seemed to want to tear Chu Hen to shreds, it was enough to show that this was definitely not a simple misunderstanding. Could it be that the person that Han Xiong said had slaughtered the entire Seven Souls Palace in Kongyu City was Chu Hen? Dan Zhen, Fu Qin, Ji Shu, and the others looked at each other in confusion. When did this happen? Even they did not know. Even Lung Lingyan could not help but feel a headache coming on. Chu Hen was too good at causing trouble. How did he make so many enemies? Yan Rong also discovered Chu Hen purely by accident. Just now, when Yan Jinbei killed Li Yi and Han Xiong consecutively, everyone nearby retreated. Only the group of people over there appeared to be relatively calm. With just a casual glance, Yen Rong found the figure that she hated for the rest of her life. Buzz! Before the crowd could react, the second prince, Yen Ludong, suddenly disappeared from where he stood. His cold eyes were filled with killing intent. He clenched his fist, and a ball of white, flame-like starlight rose from his fist. So it's you, you bastard. I'll make you regret your actions today. Flowing ripples of starlight crawled up Yen Liudong's entire arm like vines of light. His arm immediately took on a crystalline luster, and the power of his fist was enough to destroy mountains and rivers. Yen Ludong swooped down from the sky and punched out with great force. The violent power was like a landslide and a tsunami, as if it wanted to crush Chu Hen and all the people behind him. Sun opening fist. The fist imprint, which was as large as a palace, fell down like a meteorite, and a terrifying pressure surged over. However, Chu Hen's expression was as calm as the water in an ancient well. There was no need for him to do anything at all. Lung Lingyan had already launched a palm strike. The seemingly light palm strike actually contained a tremendous force. The illusory palm shadow rapidly expanded in the process of meeting the fist mark. The palm and the fist were like a clash of giants. Boom! Two powerful forces collided in midair. 3,000 lightning strikes. Chi waves surged to the sky, and powerful ripples filled the sky. Yen Liudong's sun opening fist was directly shattered into pieces. Strong winds raged, but the people from Mount Kunliu on the high platform below were unharmed. Then Yen Rong and the rest of the Seven Souls Palace's experts flashed behind Yen Liudong. The atmosphere was tense, and a fight could break out at any moment. Looking at Lung Lingyan standing beside Chu Hen, Yen Liudong was secretly shocked. Then he pointed at Chu Hen and said, "Humph, do you want to end your own life, or do you want me to do it?" Chu Hen's eyelids twitched slightly, and he smiled with great interest. "Are you sure you have the ability to make me end my own life with just the few of you?" "Humph, you think too highly of yourself." Full of resentment, Yen Rong pulled out her sword and pointed it at Chu Hen. In her rage, she did not pay any attention to the people around Chu Hen. "You damned bastard, crazy and shameless to the extreme. I'll make sure you die without a burial place. I think you're wrong. The one who should die is not me, but you. As for shamelessness, I think I should admit defeat." Facing Yen Rong's angry rebuke, Chu Hen still stood upright. Up until now, Chu Hen had never regretted massacring the Seven Souls Palace. A few years ago, in the ruins of the Seven Souls ancient kingdom, Chu Hen accidentally made a deal with the remnant soul of the Dubhe Star Spirit Envoy. A few months ago, on the way to collect the Heaven and Earth Black-Yellow Order. Not only did Chu Hen complete the task, but he also helped Yen Rong and the others. But unexpectedly, the Alcade Star Spirit Envoy, the third prince Yen Yinan, and the others went back on their word. Not only did he not obtain their respect after enduring and negotiating several times, he even wanted to take away the Dubhe Star Soul Pearl as a reward. Moreover, they even wanted to harm Chu Hen's life. In a rage, Chu Hen summoned dozens of beast emperors and hundreds of beast kings in the battle revolving beast picture in an unexpected way. He directly massacred the entire Seven Souls Palace. Chu Hen even personally pierced the Alcade Star Spirit Envoy's head with his palm. The old man who had lived for hundreds of years and survived the fall of the Seven Souls Nation died without any dignity. If the city lord of Kongyu City had not arrived, Yen Rong might not even have been spared. At this moment, Yen Rong actually insulted him for being shameless and deranged, which made Chu Hen unable to help but find it funny. The atmosphere became heavy, but Chu Hen did not care at all. No matter what, Mount Kunliu was an upper-class sect in the Eastern Victory State. Why would they care about a mere Seven Souls Palace? Because the Seven Souls Palace was an external force that came to the Eastern Victory State after the fall of the Seven Souls Nation. They did not have much background. It could be said that the pillars of the Seven Souls Palace and the strongest people were the people in front of him. No matter what you say, you will definitely die today, Yen Ludong said fiercely. Threads of starlight, once again, intertwined around his body, and the surrounding area formed an uneasy rhythm. So noisy! A hot-tempered Mount Kunliu disciple took a few steps forward unhappily. Stop talking nonsense. If you are not happy, then let's fight. But immediately after, Chu Hen raised his hand slightly, signaling the other party to retreat. Then he smiled calmly. You, who are only at the 5th level of the Earth Profound Realm, do not even have the right to fight with me. Why don't you let that person stand out and say a few words? After saying that, Chu Hen turned his eyes and directly swept towards the feminine and handsome figure in the area behind him. Buzz! The gazes of the two suddenly intersected with each other. It was as if there were invisible sparks flying in the air. Chu Hen's pupils slightly congealed. An ice-cold and enormous aura spread out and pressed towards the other party like a tide. You better restrain your killing intent. I am very unhappy to be stared at like this. Chapter 829. You'd better restrain your killing intent. I don't like being stared at like this. A cold voice came out of Chu Hen's mouth. When their gazes met, Chu Hen's gaze was like a torch as he directly shot towards Yen Jinbei, who was behind the people from the Seven Souls Palace. From the moment Yen Rong recognized Chu Hen to Yen Ludong's attack, the eldest prince, Yen Jinbei, did not say a word. He was like an outsider watching from the side. This was why Yen Jinbei was so terrifying. At this moment, the fact that he could still watch calmly and not lose his cool like the others was enough to show how strong Yen Jinbei's heart was. However, having a strong heart did not mean that he did not hate Chu Hen. It was obvious that Yen Jinbei was looking for an opportunity. Once the opportunity came, he would attack without hesitation, just like how he dealt with Li Yi and Han Xiong. However, what surprised Yen Jinbei was that Chu Hen actually exposed him in front of everyone. This was a blatant provocation. Yen Jinbei frowned slightly as coldness surged in his eyes. He was certain that this unknown person in front of him did not have a high martial path realm and was definitely weaker than him. When he arrived here, Yen Jinbei had already reached the 6th level of the Earth Profound Realm. After he came out of the Star Secret Realm, his cultivation had increased even more and was close to the 7th level of the Earth Profound Realm. Even so, in terms of aura, Chu Hen was not inferior to Yen Jinbei. The coldness in Yen Jinbei's deep eyes was like a sharp sword. It was as if there was a ferocious tiger hiding in his body. Yen Jinbei's intuition told him that Chu Hen was not someone easy to deal with. There was a short silence like the calm before the storm. However, unexpectedly, the killing intent that Yen Jinbei emitted gradually disappeared. He raised his head slightly and said indifferently, "Ludong, come back!" Come back? The people from the Seven Souls Palace were stunned. Were they going to let Chu Hen go just like that? Were they going to let the blood feud at Kongyu City go just like that? Imperial brother, we can't let him go just like that. Yen Rong was slightly unwilling. To her, Chu Hen was like a nightmare that was impossible to destroy, and only by killing him would the hatred and rage in her heart dissipate. No matter what, Yen Rong refused to let Chu Hen off. Do you need me to repeat myself? Yen Jinbei's tone was clearly colder. Yen Rong's body trembled slightly, and the stubborn expression on her face relaxed a little. By the side, Yen Ludong also withdrew the surging starlight around his body. He deeply glanced at Chu Hen before bringing Yen Rong and the rest back to Yen Jinbei's side. Eldest royal brother? Yen Ludong asked. With Yen Jinbei's personality, he would definitely not give in so easily. The former's eyes turned cold as he replied in a deep voice, "Now is not the time to kill him. Don't forget our main purpose of coming here. But, Imperial brother, wouldn't it be easy for you to kill him?" Yen Rong was still somewhat unwilling. Yen Jinbei shook his head and replied in a deep voice, "This person is not an ordinary person, and the people around him are not simple either. However, don't worry, once I'm done with that matter, I'll definitely decapitate him. ruthless killing intent quietly flashed across his eyes. Yen Rong and Yen Ludong immediately stopped speaking. They were very clear of the importance of that matter, as it was related to the Seven Souls Palace's great cause of reviving the nation. It was no wonder that Yen Jinbei was so cautious. Then, under the watchful eyes of the people from Mount Kunliu, the people from the Seven Souls Palace actually retreated to a magnificent pavilion on the other side. They did not participate in the chaotic battle for Seven Star City, nor did they have any intention of searching for treasures. Instead, they quietly observed the situation, as if they were waiting for something. They did not expect the battle to be resolved so easily, and everyone present was a little surprised. Junior brother Chu Hen is still the best. He managed to scare them away with just one sentence. Haha. That's right, at least that guy is tactful. Su Lang, Ling Tao, and the rest said with a smile. Chu Hen did not say much. To be honest, he was also surprised by this. No matter what, Yen Jinbei's strength was close to the 7th level of the Earth Profound Realm, so they had no reason to retreat, especially since the Seven Souls Palace did not know that they were from Mount Kunliu. If that's the case, I'm afraid that they have something more important to do, so they're conserving their strength. Chu Hen thought to himself, what could it be? 7-Star City, 7 Souls Nation, coupled with the 7-Star Soul Pearl and the 7-Star Scripture, there were definitely not so many coincidences in the world. The rise of the 7 Souls ancient nation 1,000 years ago was most likely related to this 7-Star City. At this moment, Chu Hen's mind was spinning rapidly, and a simple yet strange idea quietly appeared. The chaotic battle was avoided here, but there were still continuous collisions in other places. 7-Star City was engulfed in smoke, and the surroundings were in turmoil. Many luxurious palaces were turned into ruins under the impact of the violent power and were flattened. Boom! Suddenly, a shocking shockwave exploded diagonally in front of Chu Hen. The surging power intersected like an erupting volcano, and a huge mushroom cloud was set off. Several palaces and towers were instantly blasted into smithereens, and the sky was filled with rubble. One after another, figures were sent flying like sandbags, crashing to the ground and scattering everywhere. Wah! One of the figures fell not far from the high platform where Chu Hen and the others were. She was in a sorry state, and a mouthful of blood gushed out of her mouth. Chu Hen subconsciously glanced at the other party. It was a delicate woman with a weak aura, and she was covered in dust. She looked very pitiful. Of course, she was not worthy of Chu Hen's pity. This kind of scene was probably happening in every corner of the ancient, desolate heaven realm. Just as Chu Hen was about to look away, the delicate woman raised her head with difficulty, revealing a pale, powerless, and dusty face. However, when Chu Hen saw the other party's appearance, his eyes were filled with astonishment. It was actually a familiar face. At the same time, a huge flying rock flew towards the frail woman. She was panic-stricken, but she was powerless to dodge it. The shadow of death loomed over her. Just as the huge rock was about to land on her, there was a bang sound. Sand and dust flew everywhere, and the huge rock exploded without any warning, turning into thousands of small rocks. The delicate woman's delicate body trembled, and she was still in shock. A young figure suddenly appeared in front of her. His chiseled profile seemed familiar, but she couldn't remember who he was. You are. Then, the young figure turned around, revealing a handsome face. Long time no see. Miss Yen Han Lu. Chapter 830. Yen Han Lu. He was one of the 5 core disciples of the 1,000 Crane sect, one of the 7 absolutes of the 100 Nations Prefecture. Yen Han Lu had once assisted Chu Hen in conquering Grand Heaven City. He had also helped Chu Hen in the war against the Saint Star Dynasty's imperial family. Chu Hen had a deep impression of this old friend of his. Chu Hen. Yen Han Lu looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared and saved his life in disbelief. You're Chu Hen. Yan Han Lu looked at the young man who had suddenly appeared and saved his life in disbelief. Yes. Chu Hen nodded as a hint of a complicated expression flashed in his eyes. In the past, Yan Han Lu was a famous genius in the 100 Nations Prefecture. However, at this moment he was in such a sorry state. It was hard to imagine what he had gone through during this period of time. Swoosh! At the same time, the people from Mount Kuan Lu descended as well. Han Lu. A middle-aged man's voice rang in the air. Yan Han Lu could not help but tremble. He raised his head and said, Sect? Sect leader. Why are you here? Qi Zhang, the sect leader of the 1,000 Crane sect. Yan Han Lu, a disciple of the 1,000 Crane sect. There was no need to elaborate on their relationship. Qi Zhang sighed softly when he saw his once peerless disciple in such dire straits. Then he helped him up. We'll talk about it later. Senior Sister Lingyan, give me a great recovery pill. Chu Hen said. Lung Lingyan nodded. Then she took out a bright and round pill and handed it to Yan Han Lu. Yan Han Lu thanked her in a low voice before he swallowed the pill. After a short period of rest, Yan Han Lu's breathing became much smoother. At this moment, a few figures hurriedly rushed over here. Who are you? Let go of my junior sister, Yan. Sect leader. The person's voice froze. Just like Yan Han Lu, his face was filled with disbelief. Sect leader, how did you? Sect leader. Qi Zhang sighed again. The person who had arrived was none other than his direct disciple, Wu Yuan. Wu Yuan was once one of the 4 great young masters of the 100 Nations Prefecture. At this moment, he was covered in dust and his eyes were dim. He did not have any bearing at all. Chu Hen. A low female voice came from behind Wu Yuan. Chu Hen followed her gaze and unconsciously said, Xiao Rua Man, Xiao Rumin, Huan Ju of the 7 Absolute Prodigies. Back then, during the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's Sword Codex Grand Meeting, Xiao Rumin had defeated one of the 4 great young masters, the eccentric young master Cui Qi. In Chu Hen's mind, Xiao Rumin had always been a bright and beautiful woman, intelligent and charming. Although they were not friends, he did not dislike her. They were all familiar faces. Chu Hen's gaze swept across the people behind Wu Yuan. Xiao Ruoman, Cui Qi, Sherwin Xing, Tuyi Ai Lan. All of them were familiar faces, and Chu Hen could almost call out their names. They were all top-notch geniuses who had resounded throughout the 100 Nations continent for a time. But now they were no longer shining. Their bodies seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mist, losing their luster. How did you all become like this? Didn't you all go to the Taiqing sect? Qi Zhang furrowed his brows and asked. Everyone's expressions became even more gloomy, and their eyes were filled with sadness and helplessness. Roughly half a year ago, the ancient desolate heaven domain was about to open. The Taiqing sect had sent people to recruit young geniuses from various forces in the 100 Nations continent as borrowed disciples. As one of the top 10 forces in the Eastern Victory State, the Taiqing sect was definitely an existence that they could only dream of in order to pursue a higher path of the martial Tao and the ancient desolate heaven domain that opened once every 1,000 years. The various top-notch geniuses of the 100 Nations continent joined the Taiqing sect without hesitation. They thought that they would be able to soar and become famous, but reality gave them a huge blow. The difference in the continent was far greater than they had imagined. They, who could summon the wind and summon the rain in the 100 Nations continent, suffered many setbacks in the Eastern Victory State. It's a long story. Wu Yuan let out a long sigh. He looked at Qi Zhang with guilt. In front of his former teacher, his heart was like dead ashes. The Taiqing sect doesn't care about us at all because there are too many people like us. They only recruited us to increase their numbers. In the ancient desolate heaven domain, we're just cannon fodder. We're just tools to fight for treasures for them. In the dangerous land of death, We have to scout ahead. Once we're in danger, they won't even look at us. We're not even comparable to ants in the cracks of a rock. We don't even have the qualifications to live." At this point, Yan Hanlu, Chui Chi, Tuyi, and the others silently lowered their heads. They expected the outside world to be prosperous, but who would have thought that the sect was cruel and the world was heartless? Boom! Bang! The chaotic battle was still going on, and Seven Star City was still in a state of darkness. Dust filled the sky, and scenes of merciless killing continued to play out. Everyone was silent. Chu Hen was deep in thought. What he was worried about had finally become a reality. Back then, when he heard from Qi Zhang that many geniuses of the 100 Nations continent were recruited into the Taiching sect, Chu Hen suspected that things weren't so simple. If they really wanted to nurture geniuses, they should have started recruiting a few years ago instead of waiting until the ancient, desolate Heaven Domain opened. This further showed how deep the waters of the Eastern Victory State were, and how cold and heartless the sect was, killing people and setting fire to gold belts, repairing bridges and repairing roads, left no corpses behind. A general success was built on the bones of 10,000 people. Where are the others? Although his heart was filled with emotions, Chu Hen clearly had something else he was more concerned about. Gone. Wu Yuan raised his head, his eyes slightly red. Only the few of us are left. Tian Chen, Wen Xing, Shengda, and the others are all dead. And that Xue He, we watched helplessly as he was annihilated by someone else. His long voice was filled with emotion and sadness. Although the Thousand Crane sect and the Azura sect used to be enemies, Wu Yuan's words were filled with sorrow. Xue, he was one of the 4 great young masters, the Blood Young Master. He was once the #1 genius expert of the Azura sect. During the Heavenly Sword Pavilion's Sword Law Gathering, he had only lost to Chu Hen in the battle for the championship. Ko, Tianqin, Sherwin Xing, and Shengda were all core disciples of the Thousand Crane sect. All of them were glorious names, but now they had died like ants in the ancient, desolate Heaven Domain. It was truly sorrowful. After hearing Wu Yuan's words, Chu Hen's brows furrowed together as he glared at Wu Yuan. "You didn't mention Instructor Shi Lan's name earlier." Everyone was stunned, and only now did they realize what Chu Hen was referring to. Truthfully speaking, the only person Chu Hen cared about was Shilan. When Wu Yuan met Chu Hen's gaze, he felt as if an invisible hand was strangling his throat, and his entire body felt extremely uncomfortable. Junior sister Shilan is still alive. At this moment, Yan Hanlu hurriedly said. Shilan was still alive. In an instant, the pressure that Wu Yuan endured instantly disappeared. Chu Hen raised his brows, then immediately relaxed. Really? Where is she? This? Chapter 831. We don't know where she is right now, because junior sister Shilan didn't come to the ancient, desolate heaven realm with us. Yan Hanliu's voice was low but firm. Oh, because of that, Chu Hen was even more surprised. Back then, when the Taiching sect recruited many young geniuses from the 100 kingdoms, Shilan was one of them. Everyone came to the ancient, desolate heaven realm, so there was no reason to leave her behind. Could there be some other unknown reason? Why? Chu Hen asked. This? Yan Hanlu seemed hesitant and looked at Wu Yuan with a questioning gaze. The latter was also hesitant, completely lacking the demeanor and imposing manner he had back in the 100 Nations continent. She was chased out of the Taiching sect not even 3 days after we entered the sect. At this moment, Huan Jushao Ruoman's slightly cold voice entered Chu Hen's ears. What? Chased out of the sect? And in less than 3 days? Everyone's hearts were startled. They could clearly feel an ice-cold chill coming from Chu Hen's body. Who did it? Chu Hen's gaze sharpened. Wu Yuan, Yan Hanlu, Xiao Ruoman, and the others were all shocked by Chu Hen's appearance. But they were all fearful and didn't dare to reveal too much to him. Speak, Chu Hen emphasized once again. His gloomy tone made Yan Hanlu feel a trace of fear. The man in front of him, who had always treated his friends kindly, was like an angry dragon whose reverse scale had been touched. "Yes, it's me." Before Yen Han Lu could finish speaking, an arrogant voice entered everyone's ears. Whoosh! A powerful shockwave spread out in all directions. The dust and gravel on the ground were swept up, and an astonishing might suppressed everyone present. Everyone looked up and saw a dozen or so figures in white robes standing on a high platform. Their bearing was extraordinary, as if they were out of this world. "It's the Taiching Sex team." Lan Lingyan's beautiful eyes turned cold, and her expression changed. Dan Zhen, Su Lang, Ling Tao, and the other disciples of Mount Kunlu were also on guard and prepared to act according to the situation. Buzz! Chu Hen's gaze had already landed on the outstanding and handsome young man at the front of the group. Looking at the person in front of him, Chu Hen's throat moved slightly as he coldly spat out 3 words. Song Yujie. Song Yujie, one of the 4 great princes. He was the first young master of the Tsang clan in Moon City. Back then, after the sword scripture grand meet had ended, Chu Hen had wrecked Song Yujie's wedding banquet in Moondragon City and taken Luo Mengchang away. Then a fierce battle broke out. In the end, Chu Hen suppressed young Master Yu and caused the Tsang clan to lose all face, becoming a laughing stock. What made Chu Hen even more surprised was that even though they were all from the 100 Nations continent, Song Yujie's life was bright and beautiful, and he was proud and arrogant. On the other hand, Wu Yuan, Cui Qi, Xiao Ruoman, and the rest were dull and miserable. Wasn't this gap a little too big? To think that you still remember me. What an honor. Song Yujie looked down at Chu Hen condescendingly, his eyes filled with disdain. "Yulong, who is this person?" At this moment, a woman standing beside Song Yujie asked. As she spoke, she leaned her body on Song Yujie's shoulder, appearing very intimate. However, this woman's appearance was not flattering. Her face was like a plate, her arms and legs were thick and strong, and her waist was like a bucket, other than her fair skin. Everything else could be described with the word ugly. However, she just had to act like a little bird next to Song Yujie. It was really indescribably weird. Song Yujie frowned slightly and said coldly, "He's just a lowly commoner. Since he's an insignificant ant, let's just kill him," the woman said with a smile. Her gaze was fixed on Song Yujie's handsome side profile, as though she was pampering her male pet. "Ha ha ha ha!" Following that, Chu Hen laughed out loud without any scruples. He shook his head and looked at Song Yujie with a mocking expression. "I was wondering what kind of ability you, Song Yujie, relied on to achieve meteoric success. So it turns out that you knelt at a woman's feet and helped her carry her shoes. What a joke." "Shut up." Song Yujie's expression immediately darkened. The woman beside him also frowned and stared coldly at Chu Hen. "Humph, who do you think you are? You're not fit to laugh at my Yulong. If you knew who I am, I hope you'd still be able to laugh." After saying that, the woman pointed at Yen Hanlu, Wu Yuan, and the others and said, "What are you guys still standing there for? Have you completed the tasks I gave you?" "Senior sister, Feng Qing." Wu Yuan lowered his head, his face full of embarrassment. "A bunch of useless things. You can't even complete such a small task. When we get back, I'll reward each of you with 300 lashes of the whip. This will teach you a lesson. If you don't complete the task properly in the future, you should speak less nonsense." Bitter and harsh. The way this woman treated Wu Yuan and the others was as different as the way she treated Song Yujie. The Thousand Crane sect master sighed and shook his head as he looked at Wu Yuan and the others, who only dared to be angry but did not dare to say anything. "Yulong, how do you want to deal with this person?" After saying that, the woman pointed at Chu Hen again. Her frivolous tone showed that she did not take Chu Hen seriously at all. Song Yujie smiled sinisterly, a vicious light flashing in his eyes. "I want him to live a life worse than death." Song Yujie emphasized the last word, death. Even though that incident had happened so long ago, Song Yujae's hatred for Chu Hen did not decrease in the slightest. Instead, it increased with each passing day. When enemies meet, how could they be resolved with just a few words? All right, Yulong, whatever you say. The woman immediately raised her hand and waved, saying, Take him down! Yes! The Taiching sect's disciples all prepared to take him down. Meanwhile, Shan Zhen, Su Lang, Fu Qin, and the other experts of Mount Kunliu immediately unsheathed their swords. Impudent! Who dares to touch our sect master? The auras from both sides clashed, and a series of heavy sounds rang out in the air. At the same time, the two-word sect master attracted everyone's attention. Wu Yuan, Xiao Ruoman, and the others looked at Chu Hen in surprise. At the same time, they felt a great disparity in their hearts. Once upon a time, Chu Hen was on the same level as them. Now, there seemed to be an insurmountable chasm between them. Even Chu Hen's back seemed to be left in the dust, especially Song Yujae, whose eyes were surging with jealousy and hatred. I didn't expect you to actually become the sect master of Mount Kunliu. Humph. Congratulations. Oh, they're from Mount Kunliu? The Taiching sect's disciples slowed down and paused for a moment. However, the ugly woman beside Song Yujae acted as if she did not hear anything. So what if it's Mount Kunliu? It's just a second-rate sect. Chapter 832. My Mount Kunliu is indeed incomparable to the 10 great forces. But we won't allow anyone to bully us. If you want to cause trouble, then bring it on. Lang Lingyan's tone was slightly cold, and her clear eyes were filled with determination. Boom! In an instant, the atmosphere intensified again. The change in the scene quickly attracted the attention of the people nearby. As the two great sects that were famous in the Eastern Victory State, everyone quickly recognized the origins of the two parties. It's the people from the Taiching sect and Mount Kunliu. Why are these two sects competing? They don't seem to have any grudges, right? Who knows? Could that ugly girl be the granddaughter of the Taiching sect's third elder? I think she's called Li Fengqing or something. Her name isn't bad, but she's really ugly. Hee hee, what kind of truth are you spouting? Be careful not to let her hear you. Otherwise, you'll end up miserable. I've long heard that the Taiching sect's third elder dotes on his granddaughter. It can be said that he dotes on her to the heavens. I also heard that Li Fengqing also found a pretty boy. It should be that young man. He does look good, and he looks a little better than me. I just don't know how it feels to face such a face every night. Among the people gathered in Seven Star City, there was no lack of people from all walks of life who spoke sarcastically. However, they only dared to talk about it behind its back. The Taiching sect's third elder was considered to be a top figure in the Eastern Victory State. Moreover, he had a rather powerful position in the sect. With the support of the third elder, Li Fengqing did not lack people who flattered her in the Taiching sect. In addition, she herself had extraordinary talent and comprehension ability, so this also created Li Fengqing's arrogant and rude personality, and she did whatever she wanted. He actually provoked someone from the Taiching sect. He really doesn't know what's good for him. On the other side of the high platform, the people from the Seven Souls Palace looked on coldly with an expression of schadenfreude. The eldest prince, Yan Jinbei, narrowed his eyes as coldness surged between his brows. I didn't expect that brat to be from Mount Kunli. In this case, it's slightly difficult. Imperial brother, are we going to let him go just like that? Yan Rong asked unwillingly. Let him go? Impossible. Yan Jinbei answered resolutely. Then he subconsciously glanced at the star pagoda in the direction of the Dubhe star and muttered softly, As long as I complete that task, killing him will be as easy as flipping my hand. At that time, if we do it cleanly, how would Mount Kunli know that we did it? He, the second prince, Yan Ludong, smiled coldly. I think we should wait for them to pass through the Taiching sect first. When the sharp chi collided, the sharpness was revealed. The airflow between the two sides became abnormally chaotic, and the dust that pervaded the surroundings danced wantonly. However, Yen Hanlu, Wu Yuan, and the others didn't want to see this scene. Once a fight broke out, their group would be in the most awkward situation. However, deep down they wanted to stand on Chu Hen's side. After all, Qi Zhang was here. But once he did so, it would mean that he had turned his back on the clear sect, and the outcome would be to be constantly pursued by the clear sect. At this moment, Chu Hen suddenly raised his hand and said, "All of you, step down!" Then he stared coldly at Song Yujae's smug expression. "This is my own private matter. There's no need to drag the sect's grievances into it." "Humph, are you planning to kowtow to me and beg for mercy?" Song Yujae sneered. The corner of Chu Hen's mouth curled up slightly, as if he was smiling, yet not smiling. The slight curve seemed to be a hint of mockery. "I only have one question. Why are you targeting Shilan?" It looked like a question, but from Chu Hen's tone, it was clear that he was merely confirming. Song Yujae laughed sinisterly and said in a strange voice, "What do you think?" Actually, I quite regret what I did. I should have tortured that woman to death, then sent her corpse to you. I think that when the time comes, your appearance would definitely be very interesting. Ha 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 ha. Buzz! Song Yujae's laughter was still lingering, and a rapid wave of air stacked up. Everyone only saw an afterimage flash past, and Chu Hen instantly disappeared from where he stood. "Unfortunately, I won't give you this chance." His cold tone was like a sharp knife, emitting a bone-piercing chill. In a split second, Chu Hen directly flashed in front of the Taiching sect group. "Presumptuous!" A Taiching sect disciple shouted angrily and pounced forward like a fierce tiger. True Essence revolved around him, and one of his hands turned into a sharp claw. Like lightning, he stretched out, aiming for Chu Hen's throat. "How can I allow you to behave so atrociously here? I will!" Before that person could finish speaking, Chu Hen directly punched out. His fist was covered with vigorous starlight, and it was surging with an extremely uneasy power. Bang! A heavy muffled sound spread out along with a thick wave of air. That Taiching sect disciple's eyes suddenly widened, and his face turned pale. The impact was comparable to the deep sea's undercurrent, and his entire arm showed a strange distortion. His bones were all broken, and his tendons were all broken. Along with a miserable scream, that person flew out like a sandbag. What? Everyone from the Taiching sect was shocked. No one had expected that Chu Hen's power would be so strong. "Humph! How dare you injure my people?" Li Fengqing's face darkened. She raised her hand and pushed Song Yujae away. Then a vast and mighty Reiki energy spread out from her Naiwan palace. Then a series of gorgeous runes and numbers appeared around her body, like spiritual butterflies dancing. "So you're an earth pattern master!" The corner of Chu Hen's mouth curled into a mocking smile again. "Your technique is not bad, but your speed is too slow." Too slow! A beam of bright and beautiful light made everyone's eyes tremble. There seemed to be a human-shaped sword chi between heaven and earth, and it was unusually sharp. The moment the last two words fell, there was an explosive bang. All the runes and secret scrolls that lingered around Li Fengqing's body instantly shattered and turned into ice crystal fragments that filled the sky. The powerful aura that originated from Chu Hen's body crushed down. Li Fengqing felt as if an invisible sword chi was pressed against her throat, and she could not move. Before she could finish, Chu Hen lifted his leg and kicked Li Fengqing's abdomen. The latter flew all the way back and hit a loft with a high roof. The huge impact directly shattered half of the floor. Senior sister, the Taiching sect disciples were caught unprepared. Li Fengqing's power was still very strong, although she majored in the art of runes and was at a disadvantage compared to Wu Xiao in terms of speed. It was not to the extent that she could not even take one move from Chu Hen. "I'll kill you." At the same time, Song Yujae's eyes turned scarlet, and a magnificent blue flame exploded from his body. This was the limit of the Tsong family's bloodline, the power of the blue flame Shen body. Buzz, buzz, the scorching temperature caused the space to distort. Song Yujae was aggressive, and he attacked Chu Hen from the side. Humph! Chu Hen sneered. His body moved, and like a phantom, he appeared in front of Song Yujae. His left hand stretched out like a gust of wind, and a layer of demonic purple flame quickly shot out. Bang! In the next second, a circle of intense blue chi ripples bloomed on the high platform. Everyone was shocked once again. They saw Song Yujae's body directly stop on the spot, and the aura that he released was suppressed. Chu Hen's arm, which was covered in purple flames, easily passed through Song Yujae's blue flame fire. His 5 fingers opened up, and he tightly grabbed Song Yujae's throat. Ugh! Song Yujae's eyes widened, and his handsome face flushed red. He stared at Chu Hen in disbelief. He couldn't even take one move. "I've said it before, you don't have the chance to touch even a hair on Shilon. Buzz!" In a split second, Chu Hen's entire body was covered in purple light, and a strong wave of air spread out like a tide. His eyes suddenly opened. Song Yujae's heart suddenly trembled, and a pair of strange purple demonic eyes directly penetrated into the depths of his soul. Quang dang! A bolt of lightning pierced through the 9 heavens, and the entire sky instantly turned dark. Everything around him became extremely far away, and Song Yujae only felt that he had fallen into another space. Panic and fear were written all over his face. Song Yujae was in the endless darkness, and everything in the world had turned into nothingness. And right in front of him stood a cold and indifferent figure. The cold and emotionless eyes seemed to be pronouncing the other party's death sentence. "The biggest mistake you have made is to put the grudge between us on Shilon." The cold voice continuously attacked Song Yujae's eardrums. Buzz! Intense energy waves stacked up from all directions, and together with thousands of high-pitched bird cries, countless blood-colored crows flew above Song Yujae's head. A sharp and long cry pierced through the sky, and the crows fell down like rain, transforming into thousands of blood-colored sword rain. Song Yujae was extremely afraid, and his entire body was trembling. "No! Hiss, hiss, hiss!" Blood rained down, and shrill screams pierced through the ears. One after another, the cold sword shadows pierced through his heart, and the most terrifying pain was concentrated on Song Yujae's body. On the high platform, Song Yujae's incomparably miserable screams reverberated throughout Seven Star City. Everyone present was shocked and confused, and their faces were filled with astonishment. Chu Hen was still clutching Song Yujae's throat. The latter's body did not have a single wound, but from his twisted face, one could tell that Song Yujae was currently suffering unimaginable pain. What was going on? Was it an illusion? Everyone's hearts were filled with shock. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, and even the Tai Ching sect disciples did not have time to react, and Song Yujae's screams had caused them to lose their sense of propriety. Chu Hen stared coldly at Song Yujae's twisted face and said calmly, "Back then, you had the ability to fight 100 rounds with me without losing. Now, you can't even take one move from me. In my eyes, you are no different from an ant in a rock. From today onwards, as long as I, Chu Hen, am alive, you, Song Yujae, will never have the right to raise your head. Never have the right to raise your head." Kaboom! Everyone's ears seemed to be struck by lightning, and the blood in their bodies surged. Chapter 833. Accompanied by a mournful scream, Song Yujae spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, with a bang, sound, he knelt on the ground in front of Chu Hen. He trembled, cried, and wailed. Hiss! The appearance of this scene caused everyone to involuntarily suck in a breath of cold air. Looking at Song Yuje, who had completely collapsed, they looked at Chu Hen with much more meaning and emotion. What did he do to be able to make Song Yuje so afraid in a few short seconds? The people from the Taiching sect, Mount Kunlu, the Seven Souls Palace, and the other great forces all had different expressions on their faces, and their minds were filled with different thoughts. But at this moment, the ones who were the most shocked were none other than Wu Yuan, Cui Qi, and Yan Hanlia's group. Times had passed and circumstances had changed. The current Chu Hen was still as domineering as ever. As long as I, Chu Hen, am alive, you, Song Yuje, will never be able to raise your head. This sentence was like a heavy hammer that completely shattered Song Yuje's dignity. From being a love rival to an old enemy, today Song Yuje was no longer fit to be Chu Hen's opponent. Boom! Suddenly, lightning flashed and thunder roared in the sky above Seven Star City. There seemed to be another vast and majestic force in the air. The earth trembled, and in an instant, the entire Seven Star City seemed to be shaking uneasily. What's going on? What's happening? The turmoil in Seven Star City caused everyone in the city to feel uneasy. However, on an inconspicuous building, the face of the first prince of the Seven Souls Palace, Yan Jinbei, was quietly filled with excitement. He clenched his fists tightly as he looked ahead and muttered in a low voice, "It's finally coming. We didn't wait in Seven Star City for over a month in vain. It has finally appeared." Who? A strong wind swept across the land, and the sky suddenly turned dark. It was as if the day had ended early and the night had arrived late. In the sky, shrouded in darkness, 7 dazzling stars could be vaguely seen. The 7 stars of the Big Dipper were arranged in a dipper shape. As soon as the 7 stars appeared, the 7-star pagodas in the city shone even more brilliantly, adding an even more divine and luxurious air to the city. Radiance radiated in all directions. The star pagoda was like a lamp illuminating the vault of heaven. Buzz, the 7 stars above the 9 heavens flickered and connected to each other, forming a dipper shape. Immediately afterwards, an unexpected scene appeared. The Alcade, Mizar, Alioth, Migres, Fekta, Merak, and Dubhi all simultaneously released a bright ray of light towards the same direction. The silver light streaked across the night sky, leaving behind 7 gorgeous lines. Under the shocked gazes of countless people in the city, the 7 rays of light converged at a point in the north. Boom! The 7 threads combined into one and immediately released a dazzling radiance. What's that? At this moment, all the battles in the 7-star city came to a halt as everyone's gazes were fixed on the sky. At the place where the 7 beams of starlight gathered, an even more dazzling star appeared in the sky. The North Star had appeared. Rumble! The earth trembled as if there was an earthquake. The 7-star pagodas all floated and shone with dazzling holy light. Similarly, in the area where the 7-star pagodas were facing the center of the city, the ground suddenly split open and caved in, accompanied by rolling thunder and monstrous waves. A luxurious palace made of bricks, tiles, and glazed glass rose from the ground. Wow! Amidst the uproar, many dumbfounded faces appeared. The extravagance and style of this large-scale palace surpassed the 7-star pagodas, and it glowed with divine light like a god of an immortal palace. Every single brick, tile, and pillar was extraordinary and surpassed precious treasures. Above the main entrance of the palace, there was a shining golden plaque with 3 majestic words carved on it. North Star Palace. After rising to an altitude of several hundred meters, the palace stopped and floated in the air like an extraordinary pavilion in the sky. North Star Palace? This is... I didn't expect 7-star City to have an 8th secret realm apart from the 7-star secret realms. The ancient, desolate heaven realm is truly unimaginable, but there's nothing impossible. Amidst the shock, everyone's eyes were filled with intense excitement. Let's go. A team moved first. They were the closest to the North Star Palace, and their leader was none other than 7 Soul Palaces, Yen Jinbei and Yen Ludong. Damn it, don't let them get the upper hand. Stop right there. Towards the shouts behind them, the people from 7 Soul Palace didn't care. With a few flashes, they instantly flew towards the North Star Palace's entrance. Wang. A thin layer of light rippled like water, and the people from 7 Soul Palace instantly disappeared from the palace's entrance. There was actually no limit to the number of people. Everyone's eyes lit up and they were overjoyed. They thought that the North Star Palace was the same as the 7 Star Pagodas and only allowed 1 person to enter. But it seemed like that wasn't the case. Even though there was no limit to the number of people, everyone was even more eager to be the first, afraid that they would be left behind. Boom! Bang! Suddenly, 2 of the 7 Star Pagodas shot out 2 dazzling pillars of light that shot into the sky, one after the other. At the same time, 2 powerful and majestic auras surged out in all directions. One of them was dressed in black, and his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He wore a black metal claw on his left arm, and the image of a black dragon circled behind him, his aura soaring. Gu Yongzhan, a ruthless character from the Wind and Cloud Pavilion. In the Mount Kunliu team, Shanjin frowned and blurted out. Even the Wind and Cloud Pavilion came to join in the fun. What exactly is here? The Wind and Cloud Pavilion. Without a doubt, one of the top 10 forces in the Victory East State. Gu Yongzhan was a vicious and merciless character. His appearance caused the people in 7 Star City to tremble. And from the other pillar of light, a young man dressed in white with an arrogant aura appeared. The moment this person appeared, the Taiching sect disciples all shouted in unison, "Senior brother Lu Tao." Taiching sect's Lu Tao was a character whose reputation and strength were not weaker than the Wind and Cloud Pavilion's Gu Yongzhan. Damn it! When the people of Mount Kunliu saw Lu Tao, their faces couldn't help but change. A dignified look appeared in their eyes. However, Lu Tao didn't seem to notice what was happening in the Taiching sect. In fact, everyone in 7 Star City was attracted by the North Star Palace. You're quite punctual. Lu Tao glanced at Gu Yongzhan. The latter smiled frivolously. Same to you. Whoosh! Whoosh!